last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant!
Judgment, I'll slip.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, I'll slip.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, father. I love it when he does that.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Today we are going to go over some footage and nothing really new, but some new visual footage from SF Investigates. And I see a whole bunch of people in here. I see Chloe J, good to see you. Good to see you, Holly, and we have Born a Honey. We have Crafting and True Crime. Good to see all of you, Lori, Criminal Med, Hope Floats. Let's see here. I know I saw Ann Reynolds. There's Ann Reynolds and Holly S. And yep, Criminal Med. Good to see all you guys. I wanted to say hi to everybody. If I miss people coming in, I'm sorry. We don't have a lot of people in here. So our friend Machete was asking for me to do like a party if we get to a certain amount of likes. And I thought that was a great idea. Like Justin does his chicken party. So I put together a party and I'm just going to play it for you guys so you can watch it. And then, you know, because there's not a lot in here tonight. And then if we could get up to 100 likes again, then we'll play it again later. But just for all of you new people that came in first.
Weezer, there's someone I'd like you to meet. That looks like an autopsy.
Laughter through tears is my favorite emotion. I'm so mad I don't know what to do. I want to know why. Lord, I wish I could understand. I just want to hit something. I want to hit it hard.
Here! Hit this! Go ahead, Malin! Slapper! Are you crazy? Hit her!
Are you high, Clary?
We'll sell t-shirts saying I slapped Weezer Boudreaux! Hit her! Weezer, this is your chance to do something for your fellow man! Knock her lights out, Malin!
Let go of me!
But y'all don't say that.
Malin, you just missed a chance of a lifetime. Half a chickapin parish and give the eye teeth to take a whack of Weezer.
You are a pig from hell.
Weezer, I was just kidding. Come back. Oh.
Weezer, what brings you here? Shut up.
Not a very Christian thing to do. Oh, and now you gotta lighten up.
If you can't say anything nice about anybody, come sit by me.
It's like two pigs fighting under a blanket.
A girl is fair game until there's a ring on it. And I mean a wedding ring. An engagement ring just means she's ready for one more mistake. Okay, this is perfect. Watch this.
Sometimes I wish I was smooth like Zahid. Of all the people I know, he's the best at girls.
Thanks, Weezy. That's my good piece of ass.
And that's how you do it. Now, I'm gonna go hide in the back because that guy said he's gonna kick my ass and he has a neck tattoo, so...
I am pleasant. Damn it! I just saw Drum eating in this morning at the Piggly Wiggly, and I smiled at the son of a bitch, for I could help myself.
Honey, time marches on, and eventually you realize it's marching across your face.
Okay, guys, I hope you enjoyed that. It's just kind of something funny that I made. I didn't get struck for it. I tried to test it out and see. You have to change it up a lot if you're going to use any type of copyrighted material. So whoever, wants to kind of play around with it, it's fun. It takes a long time though, because you do have to check it. Hey, TJ, I love that movie. I've always loved that movie. Hey, Mini Panthers. Good to see you, Blessed. And yeah, I've always loved that movie. I always thought it was funny, and then I always kind of enjoy, if you're feeling bad, I don't think it's good to stay in that spot. I think you need to kind of, I don't know. Hey, Sure Bear, watching from the bushes. Good to see you. I like your emoji, or your avatar rather. I don't think it's good to stay in that spot. You know what I mean? Because if you stay too long, then it makes things worse, I think. But also, I like to laugh. So tonight I have a few different, we're kind of going to do a mix up because I forgot I did upload Crime Stories Obsessed also when Chris called in. So I'd like to play those. There's 2 clips, and then I want to play the new Dog the Bounty Hunter. So he put some footage out that was already kind of out, but he looks like he kind of tweaked it a little bit, and then I tweaked it some more. So I just cropped it in just to kind of show some of the things that I was seeing. But I didn't do a whole heck of a lot to change it. It was just basically, and if for those of you that didn't see it, I think it was sometime, this afternoon when he released it on YouTube. So it's on the Dog Official page. It just says Dog Official on it. I'm trying to think of what it actually looks like. But either way, if you're not subbed up, definitely go over there and subscribe. And hey, keep up the chatter. Good to see you. And I mean, basically, guys, it's nothing brand new. I did not download the footage that Steve Fisher put out on WSMV4 because I'll tell you what, we all knew that somebody was around the neighborhood that night. We just never saw it before. And I don't really think it proves too much of anything. At some point I might play it, but not today. So it's just, I'd rather play dogs footage than play that footage. But you can go to the WSMV4 app and you can see like the pre-interview. I watched it. Thank you for becoming a new member. Oh, sorry. I mess up the chat a lot, guys, especially I'm going to get a new setup. Okay, I'm going to get a laptop, but I haven't picked one out yet. I know I said that last night, but I still didn't do it today. So I don't know where Star is. I'm going to track her down. I'm about to text her and say, where are you? Where are you at? No, that's terrible. But no, I talked to Star earlier today. I did want to, again, Machete was the one that asked to do the party. She recently lost a friend, so I just want you guys to pray for her if you can. or just, hope for good things for her, because it's just hard. Life is really, really hard, and there's nothing that we can do about it sometimes. But I'm she's in our thoughts and prayers. And Butter Biscuit says, I watched Dog's video just before I came in, and my eyes aren't very good because of multiple. Oh, I'm so sorry, Butter Biscuit, for multiple sclerosis. But for an instant, the green arrow looked like it was pointing at Chris. Um, yeah. So there's some green arrows. Basically, it's again with the green hoodie. Okay, so what the focus on the video is the green hoodie, because that person was like sitting outside for kind of a suspicious amount of time, I guess. For lack of a better way to say it, it was more of a suspicious amount of time, that if you're just having to use the restroom, how do I say this? You're gonna go like from your car or wherever, if you're on foot or if you're driving in a vehicle, you're gonna go from that place into the restaurant, use the bathroom, and then you're gonna go out. You're not just gonna like hang around the parking lot, unless you're casing the joint, then you might be, hanging out in the parking lot. But yeah. It is odd. I know a lot of people. Okay, so first of all, the police came out and cleared green hoodie. So we'll just put that out there. One, LE, like they wrote. I wonder if I still have it in here. Because I knew there was like a lot of kind of speculation on that. No, it looks like I took it out. But if anybody wants me to reread it, I can find it and like reread it for you guys. But basically what it said, and it was stamped, right? It was stamped by Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and they said that they spoke to the green hoodie person. I believe it was around like December 27th-ish or something like that. They tracked this person down, and really quickly, hey, couponing, and Starflower, good to see you. And like really quickly, they cleared this person. Mountain Mama, good to see you. They cleared this person, and it was weird. Hey, Unnamed True Crime Channel, good to see you. And I thought it was really quick, and a lot of people did too. I mean, there was people that was like, that's weird, because law enforcement hasn't really came out in this case and gave us a whole lot, right? Like they did a couple of pressers. Day 4 they did a presser, and then they did one when they scaled back. Day 8 or 9 they did a presser. And then around April they did another presser in the beginning of April. And they really haven't come out too much, except for the TBI said something about, well, I guess the TBI kind of, there's been some leaked information from the TBI from public sources. I will say that. But then the FBI issued this poster that's behind me, and the reward money too, $50,000 reward on the 6-month mark. So they haven't came out and really said anything. And then also Sumner County like just reposted that, right, and said, hey, this is what we're offering now, and in conjunction with the FBI, because to my understanding, to my knowledge, it's still pretty much under the jurisdiction of Sumner County Sheriff's Office at this time. And then also the TBI, Brandon Carter is working on that. So that's so sweet of you, Crafting in True Crime. Hurry back, Butter Biscuit. TJ says, and they're lying to us, because Green Hoodie has something to do with it, and Green Hoodie has not passed. Yeah, that was another thing too. who was it that came in and said that? I think it was Emmy Jo. She's like, hate to break it to you, but if that person that passed away, in fact, passed away when they did and everything, and then law enforcement couldn't have talked to them because they didn't talk to this person until December, and that person had passed away in November, and it was very strange. I was trying to be really delicate with it because obviously somebody had passed away, and it's somebody's family. Like, even if it's whoever's family it is, it's still somebody's family. Still a whole person, and that's sad. Either way, let's see. I'm trying to get everything out. There's just so much, you guys. There's a lot. Every single day I feel like I'm struggling to get everything in. You know what I mean? Do you guys feel like that sometimes? In Crafting and True Crime says, TJ, I never believed Green Hoodie was passed, and I think it's odd that KP talked for 2 minutes. I mean, she even like had Sebastian waiting out by the door for quite a while, you know, like by the door to get in, because that looked like a pretty newer, I forget what year it was. I think it was like a 2017 or 18. You guys can let me know in the chat if you know the year of the vehicle, the Infinity. It was a little bit older than Chris's truck, I know that. And basically, I mean, Katie just kind of let him sit out there for a second. And I was like, well, how come she didn't click the button and let him sit down? I mean, I don't know. Not a whole lot of consideration to Sebastian. When you slow the video down, you see a lot of stuff that you kind of didn't notice. But, and I do want to preface that too. So the video that we're about to watch, slowed down probably like, oh, I don't know, to maybe like, oh, it's hard to explain it. Maybe like halfway down from what it could be, like all the way slowed down to the max, right? So it's like, even to get to a whole second, it takes a minute, to get to like the next second. And you can see I tried to keep those timestamps in there as much as I could, like without cropping them out, but I wanted to like zoom in. So I didn't pay attention to anybody else that was in the vicinity except for the two guys. There was a guy that was wearing like baby blue surgical kind of gloves, and they both work at the Texas Roadhouse, from my understanding. The other guy was wearing like a bright yellow coat, and you'll see him. And they were also interested, like very interested, to the point where they were really staring in the direction of the Green Hoodie and Katie, and like watching pretty much the interaction. So I see a handoff. Hey, little Miss Sharon. I see a handoff. You guys can let me know what you all think. Hey, Janine Simmons, good to see you. But it's definitely bizarre. Like, I don't know. It's terrible. Hey, Teresa Wilson, good to see you. And TJ says Green Hoodie stood by Katie's car for 2 minutes before Katie came out. I think Green Hoodie is in protective custody. I mean, that's possible. This case is very dangerous, in my opinion. It's a dangerous case. It's not like it's not the typical case where people cover it and it's like we're trying to get the information out there. If you all were with me last night, the call that Chris did to Heather PI about Chloe PI, like, it's scary. I mean, he's a scary person. We heard from Matt, Terry Bowersox's former coworker, alleged former coworker. Scary guy. All of them are pretty scary. Cruella is super scary. Yeah, I mean, if the adults are afraid, then what do you think Sebastian felt like, Yeah, Chloe, are you talking about the original news clip? The one that from WSMV4, because that's the one I watched. I watched that one and then I downloaded Dogs. I mean, it's basically like you can kind of see like a shadowy person. Like it looks like a person to me. You know what I mean? I find it funny. that the photo, the still that I enhanced, they're saying like all this stuff like, oh, it's a fraud. Oh my God, you're gonna, the FBI's coming for you. And I'm like, okay, let them come for me. Big deal. And then you got this video, which is just like a shadowy person. Like you can see it's a person in their neighborhood at 12:17 a.m. On the night of February 26, 2024, early morning of, really the start of the next day. And I find it funny that they're like making a big deal out of that, but it's okay for them to show this little footage that they got from whatever neighbor. It was definitely a neighbor's footage. Knowing Steve Fisher, though, I'm not sure if it was like that actual night or if it wasn't, because he's a liar. But either way, Chloe, I am going to play the dog video. I'm just not going to play the Steve Fisher one. And Cher Bear says, someone was looking for Machete in Justin's life. Yeah, I think it was Star. Because we were like, where's Machete? We need her back. Because she's one of our mods over here and we love her. She's awesome. And I made the party tonight. So I was like, hopefully she'll come over and, I was just hoping we can find her. And Crafting and True Crime says, thanks, Chloe Jade. I am in remission at the moment, but it's, oh, that's so good. I'm so glad Crafting and True Crime, but it's destructive, leaves long-lasting effects, unfortunately. Aw. Yeah. I lost my mom to cancer, and I know that when somebody has like either terminal illness or, just any illness really, it's just hard because you don't want your loved ones to suffer ever, ever, ever. And that goes for our friends and everything. And Crafting and True Crime says, TJ, wow, that's an interesting thought. Yeah, I mean, it makes you wonder in this case. It's really gotten really hairy. Froggy, whatever you kind of want to call it. But, that was the first thing they did was come out and clear Green Hoodie. And they haven't cleared anybody in this case, really. I mean, not even like Francis and them, because I know Tony made a trip up there, and I'm not sure what, exactly transpired, of course. But I'm guessing they want to go check them out, because I hear that it's no longer really a thing or whatever, that they're not worried about him being there, actually, Sebastian being with that side of the family, or that they would have like taken him or whatever. So, there's that for now. But yeah, the new footage, I just see a person walking in the neighborhood. It doesn't seem, if it is, in fact, that day, it doesn't seem anything. So I don't know. I don't know why law enforcement wouldn't have, if they showed the footage. See, in the news article, Steve Fisher was asked, like, or excuse me, the TBI was asked whether they have seen this footage. And they're like, yeah, we have it, right? And then they're like, well, how come you haven't released it to the public? Well, I think probably the best answer would be because it's not relevant. But that's just my assumption and my initial observation. Why would they show it to us if it's nothing in the case? We weren't even really supposed to see the flashlight video, honestly, because that was leaked out. Nick Barris put that out from, the very beginning. It was back in March. So, but that wasn't necessarily supposed to get out, but the law enforcement can't do anything about someone giving the media their own personal surveillance footage. So, yeah, Holly, he did do a video. Thank you, couponing. All right. Hey, Sandy, good to see you. Oh, be careful. Goodness sakes, we were just talking about all that. Oh, Holly S. Those are the bomb. Like the whatever. What is it? Like cinnamon butter or whatever. It's really good. I'm a bread person. Hey, Rogue. Good to see you. This a lot of clowns keep up the chatter, like a lot. Well, they turned it into a damn circus, and it's just like a lot of it has to do with the money people are making and stuff like that. Sandy, I love it. I just noticed. Sandy, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Sandy says, "Do you like my disguise?" I love it. I wish you guys have no idea. Sandy, you crack me up. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I was gonna dress like a cholo and go down to Tennessee, see how that worked for me. Oh goodness. You just crack me up. You guys are so funny. Okay, so TJ says when Sebastian came walking out of the um out of out, he stared at the person, knew who the person was. Like he watched that interaction like a hawk. Like he watched his mom like a hawk. And then also whenever and you'll see it, and I'm going to talk through it. So I'll tell you what, guys, I'm going to buzz through the chat real quick. Irony Rose, good to see you. We got, sorry guys, I want to say hi to everybody that's in. Sandy, you still crack me up with that. You just be careful. I hope you're never mind, I'm not going to say anything. Okay, well, moving on. And Terry says Terry Jr. thinks that CP did something with them, and he's absolutely nothing to. Yeah, well, and see, I agree, TJ. I bet you there's a lot of people. Thanks, Chloe Jade. And I think there's a lot of people that are like that. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people know damn well what they think happened, right? But then they don't want to say it. And then also, you got Chris like being a psycho, and threatening people and stuff, like all mob style. Like they think they're like, I don't know who they think they are really. And Little Miss Sharon says, why did Dog put out the video of Sebastian and Katie leaving the roadhouse again? I'm asking, did the car pick up sounds? Oh, the car pick up sound? No, it didn't pick up any sounds. Basically, it's all like how come I could talk over it too, because there's no sound to it. Basically, I wish there was sound, but I guess there isn't. I think he did it to show the interaction between Green Hoodie. Really, but I'll kind of show you. Hey, Lil Redo, good to see you. Net Detective, good to see you. Hey, could you guys, or Lil Red, you can go ahead and post your channel down there. Lil Red did a reading, what was it, yesterday or the day before? Sorry, guys, I go on late, so sometimes I get my days mixed up, but, yeah. She did this, well, I forget what the title of the book was, but she could tell you it was this book about sociopaths, or it was a psychological kind of book, stories about people, like a case study, right? But it was super interesting, and she did an awesome job reading it, and I was on the edge of my seat with this guy named Skip, who was like very strange, behaviors as a child and different things, and explain some of the things. Hey, Nanny Nut, good to see you. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. So some of the things that we deal with over here, if we can get a deeper understanding of it, it's not like it's ever going to make sense to us, right? If we're, not a sociopath, but if we don't understand a sociopath, it's interesting. And that book that she was reading was super interesting, and I enjoyed it. So definitely go check out Little Redo. Oh, there's Star. Star, where are you? Were your ears ringing? All right, guys, let's play this because I'm just going to jabber away through it anyway. So might as well just get that fired up. But I'll show you. I think, yeah, but Little Miss Sharon, to answer your question, my opinion is they wanted to show us the Green Hoodie again. Oh, I don't know. This Green Hoodie person is like super strange, right? I think they're strange. I'm intrigued by the Green Hoodie again, I guess, because in one of the pieces that we're going to watch, there you can see a handoff of some sort, like we were saying before, the Green Hoodie and Katie lingered too long for strangers in passing. So like if you and I were just passing by each other and we didn't know each other, like obviously recognize or whatever each other even, because you know, you have acquaintances, obviously you might have seen somebody before, knew somebody from a long time ago, you went to school with them, obviously you might stop and chat or something like that, but it wasn't like this. It was more like too long to linger for a passing by without some sort of something that happened, in my opinion. And then also, Katie seems to be so preoccupied that she leaves Sebastian outside waiting to be clicked into the vehicle, for him to be, you know, be able to open up the vehicle. So, and oh no, Star. Oh, I wish you were. Oh, too bad you weren't able to still stay sleeping. Um, you didn't get to see the party. I'm gonna play the party. If Star, if you will let me know, like whenever we hit 100 people, if we do, and I'll play that little party thing that I made, for us, the free bird party. But yeah, let's watch it. Like I said, I'm gonna jabber away anyway. So here we go. I love Chloe. She's so cute. Oh, sorry guys. I'm sorry. I was just gonna let you watch this one part, and I didn't know my mic wasn't on. But Chloe, you're so adorable. You heard me. Hey, C. Taylor. I love that comment. Okay, so either way, guys, this is when they're first walking out, and it's super duper slow. You can tell this is the timestamp up here. And it's just sticking on 59. There it goes, clicked over. And you see Sebastian, he originally kind of looked like he was going to go to that other vehicle, like the one right beside it that looks very, very similar. But then again, he goes around the outdoor ashtray, and his vision is stuck on toward the green hoodie, right? Where the green hoodie is allegedly at, or, you know, appears to be. Okay, see his gaze is stuck on the green hoodie. And this is very much slowed down, right? It's like super duper slowed. See, he's still looking over in that direction. He hasn't taken his eyes off. I mean, like a little hawk, he's just watching. I mean, is he worried about his mom? Is somebody getting too close to Katie? You know, might be my initial thought. But I mean, as we're watching him, he's just not taking his gaze off at all. And then we see him approaching, and he's going to put his hand on the door, you know, waiting for mom to click it open. Now here comes this other guy in the black. He has the blue surgical gloves on. And now the guy in the yellow, see how they're both looking over there too now? And they're not just looking, they're like staring. That guy's like going to open the door, and he's still just staring over in that direction. I mean, is he staring over at Katie in the green hoodie, or, you know, are they just staring over towards the blue vehicles? I mean, it's just really hard to say, obviously, without a different camera angle. And again, it's very much slowed down, but watch how Sebastian is holding onto the door handle and he's not able to get into the car. Nobody's let him in. The door is locked on him. And he's standing there with his little hand on the door. And I hate to say it, but it's like, again, where you at, Katie? I wish we had a different camera angle to see if those guys are still over there staring at that direction too. And again, guys, just keep in mind this is ultra slowed down. So we're at 19 seconds. Now he's finally getting in the car. "20 seconds, you know, he still hasn't gotten in the car yet." 21, just to give you guys an idea of, you know, how slowed down it is. Now he finally gets to close the door. Katie at that point appears to be in the car because the lights have turned on. And then here's this next piece, right? So that's the whole view. I just cropped it out just like that again, because I'm more interested in what's happening here. Not really the parking lot, because we already saw the parking lot. We know that Green Hoodie was, you know, sleazing around the parking lot, in my opinion, because you don't just do that. If you have to pee, you have to pee. So 57 seconds here, right? They're just leaving. Sebastian looks like he's going straight to the car, straight ahead, right? He's almost passing that ashtray, right? And so is Katie, really. She's right behind him. But then all of a sudden, something happens and he changes his path and goes around the outdoor ashtray. Okay, so we see him, and it's slowed down significantly, guys, again, for everybody coming in. Sorry, guys, this like, I mean, my heart is racing. It's been racing since I saw this slowed down, and I was messing with it, cropping it up and stuff. It's just eerie. Sebastian's hand is in his pocket. I mean, just staring over at mom, staring in his mom's direction, whoever's in between the car, which we know to be the Green Hoodie. And I mean, he just doesn't take his gaze off that way. There's just no denying that. Even though we can't see where his eyes are at, his head is, you know, at a turn right now. And in this one, we're going to pay a little bit closer attention to what Katie's doing over here. And then you're going to see Green Hoodie kind of emerge from in between the vehicles into the camera view. Here comes the guy in the black hoodie that was kind of looking over in that direction as well, or appears to be. And again, Sebastian with his hand on the door. And just kind of keeping a lookout for like whenever the other door opens. And you can see that handicap placard right up there in the front. They are parked in a handicap spot. And again, I have to say, you know, Katie and Sebastian's shoes are eerily similar. Eerily similar to me, anyway, my perception. It's just odd to me. And you can't see the timestamp right now, but it's like super, super slow, right? And it takes her probably, I think altogether, really, it seems to be about maybe 7 or 8 seconds to open the door. But if you sit there and count to 8 or even 7, it can be kind of a long time in the grand scheme of things when you figure that they get to the car at the same time about, and she doesn't let him in the car right away. And then you also have this person. So see, then he finally gets let in the vehicle. And pretty soon you're going to be able to see Katie getting in. And it's hard to see her, but there she is. She kind of gets in the vehicle too. Okay, and then this is the last part here. And this is just going to be the same video played out. You're going to see the closer view of the car, and then look here with the green arrow. And then the box below, that's like the full view. And I did crop this in a little bit. So that's like the full view of the parking lot from the side where Sebastian gets in. And I promise this isn't a still. This is this is a video. It's just slowed down, you know, a lot. Because something does appear, I mean, to me, something appears to happen right here. Some sort of a handoff, something is weird. And honestly, Sebastian has to walk all the way around to get to his side of the vehicle, and Katie just has to make a straight line to get to hers. So the fact that she takes a little while to get him into the vehicle is strange. Now here we go again with the green arrow. Watch carefully. This is Katie coming in to frame. She's wearing like a dark navy blue hoodie. See, you can see. a person walking. So we're paying attention to the top right-hand side of the screen. And pretty soon you're going to see the green hoodie coming in from the left side of this top left of the screen, kind of middle. But really focusing your attention up towards that kind of corner of the video. And I believe that's like a mirror, right? Let's see. It's like a mirror that you can see kind of in the middle of the screen at the top. And it looks like the car mirror. I might be wrong there, but it just looks like it is reflecting some light off of it. So I'm pretty sure that's what it is, like the rear view mirror, maybe. Or it might be the one on the other vehicle. I'm not sure. But here comes the green hoodie. You can see this person. Then it looks like Katie kind of gets to her side of the door here, up in, more towards the left of the top of the screen. And then, of course, they're going to drive away, after this. And then allegedly there is some evidence that Sebastian did make it to his home that night, because there's some dash cam footage from Katie's vehicle, this vehicle that they got into. And that's that, and that's dog. If you have tips, you can call them in, email. And that's our Sebastian. So, all right, guys. I don't know what you all think. I haven't been really paying attention to the chat. I was just kind of trying to narrate for you all. But let's see. What do you all think? I'm sorry if you have to retype it, and I haven't been keeping up too much. Hey, wait, what? Good to see you. Elizabeth Smith says Green Hoodie and KP had their story cooked up before LE could blink. It's just a panhandling situation, nothing to see here. Yeah, Elizabeth, I will tell you, yeah, I think it was definitely premeditated. I've always kind of went with that theory, but obviously none of us know. But I really do think that it was well thought out, well planned, especially once we know about the CPS reports, once we know about the turmoil in the marriage, once we know about all of these other factors. I really do think that, and of course, just the many, many lies and the threatening statements and things like that. Because when you're innocent, it's not like you're really worried too much about defending yourself. I mean, you're going to defend yourself. You have to. There's no two ways about it. You have to defend yourself, but you don't have to go overboard with it, right? And Chris has gone really overboard with it. Some kind of handoff, Lori thinks. Yeah. I mean, it looks like either like keys or something. Like, it looks like something shiny to me. I saw a little, like a glimmer of something like shiny. And I'm just guessing. Hey, Juicy Tulip. Hey, Ginger Girl's mom. Good to see you. Handoff of some kind in your opinion too. Little Red says it's hard to watch chat and do the live. We understand. Yeah, it is. It is. It's really hard. Well, and also, I wanted to really like keep an eye out because it's like it can be a little bit daunting watching that footage because it's slowed down so much, but you almost kind of have to for to see a different kind of point of view on it, right? And Cher Bear says, Baba Rose, I've seen some others say that I thought so too. Baba Rose, would you say Baba Rose? Oh, someone is in the car beside her. Yeah, I'm going to have to go look back and see that. See, I didn't see that. But whenever the original or whenever the Inside Texas Roadhouse footage came out, everyone was like, "Oh, it looks like there's like a light under like a phone, like an extra phone that Katie had." And I was like, "Oh, I didn't see it." And then I went back in. Then I was like, "Well, maybe it was like if she had a purse on the side of her, it was that." And she didn't have her, like it was reflecting off the table, her putting it in her purse or something. She didn't have a purse. She just had like her hoodie where she was keeping like whatever. I'm guessing her billfold and a phone. But yeah, it's. Wait, what says the way Kay drove up into the spotlight? Oh, sorry guys, I just got an email. The way Kay drove up into the spot like a rush or impaired, in my humble opinion. Yeah, I mean, possibly. I mean, we know that Chris and Katie, I mean, we're all of age to drink, right? So I don't give people too hard a time about that unless it's like overboard or something like that. But it does seem like they might have been like more heavier drinkers, right? And also military personnel, construction workers like Chris. I mean, I can understand like that part of it. So possibly, I mean, possibly, I'm gonna have to go back and look at that, guys, because I saw that hope float. Somebody's in the car, Baba Rose, in my opinion. Yeah, see, and those vehicles just look so similar at first, and I don't really know if I feel that way now particularly, but like at first when I saw them, I thought maybe it was like Kathy and then Katie's vehicle, but I know that there was some speculation that that was Kathy's vehicle that she was driving either way. Cher Bear says, Baba Rose, I've seen some others say that, and I thought so too. Chloe thinks so too. Hand off, hand off. Juicy Tulip, especially how she was rubbernecking all over the restaurant. She was looking all over the restaurant, wasn't she? Without like trying to get the attention of the wait staff. Yeah. And Brenda says, I think it was a rug deal, maybe for KK, and Sebastian was maybe accidentally exposed to it. Oh, Brenda, that's a different theory. Yeah. Okay. So that's possible. We know that the F kills people, like, and it also absorbs into like your skin and stuff. There was a case, I think it was in the Bronx, and it was a daycare center, and the daycare center owners, I believe it was, were like major rug dealers, and they were dealing in F. And apparently, I mean, I guess the kids got into it, or it was on like the little mats, like how they'll have like a nap time. It's awful. It's just awful. And some kids ended up getting sick, and then some of them passed away from exposure to that. So that is, yeah, you got me thinking about that. Yeah. And Crafting and True Crime says the only thing that makes me more about the video is the fact that it was released after so long and her looking all over, like she's watching or waiting on somebody. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, she definitely wasn't like trying to be like, oh, where's my waitress? I'm ready for the check. Or, and then also I think you can pay on those little things that have the games and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure that that's like a little terminal for you to self-pay if you want to, or if you don't want to have to wait for the waiter or waitress. And money, possibly criminal med, possibly money. You know, who came later on in the vehicle that sat on Stafford and then pulled back onto Kellen and left the neighborhood. I'm more focused on that. That's kind of why I wasn't as focused on the other footage. See, Taylor says, does anyone know if Seth has viewed the alleged dash cam from Texas Roadhouse to the Proudfoot home? I have no idea. I would like to know that. And I do say alleged or allegedly because I don't know if it was, yeah, I'm not really quite sure. It was just said the dash cam, and I would imagine it would maybe just have like, I would imagine it would be pointing outward toward the road and then like maybe audio. So I would think that he would, but you know, it's not like they did anything to really like help at all or like tell him information. You know what I mean? Like that's what's frustrating to me. I'm sure it's frustrating to him too. They didn't give him any information as to like what happened. They've always played games, and it's like if Chris wanted to get their story straight, then why didn't he just tell Chris, or why didn't Chris just tell Seth what was going on? There's nothing to get straight when it's the truth. So just tell him what happened. But they can't because, in my opinion, they have something to do with it. I mean, that would just lead me to believe that they have something to do with it, right? I mean, call me crazy, but you know, that's just where my brain would go, because especially if someone came up to me and said, let's get our story straight, I'd be like, story straight about what? Like that would really worry me, that they wanted me to lie for them. Like that sounds like somebody coming up and saying, hey, I want you to lie for me or something like that. It's like, you know, there shouldn't be a story to get straight. And then also Seth being at work all night long and then he comes home to this. It's like, what? And Share Bear says Ellie can lie to us about the green hoodie and they wouldn't let us know if it was pertinent. Yeah, they can lie about any of it. So that's the bad thing because, you know, obviously we're not allowed to lie to them. But I get that. I understand why they can, because I guess they think the end justifies the means, or you know, if it gets them to what their goal is, then they're okay doing it. But I don't know, it does muddy the waters, because then it makes us not trust, like what you're saying, Share Bear. It's like, you know, we're not trusting of Ellie because we know they can lie to us. So they're like, what? We're like, what are they lying? Are they lying this time or are they not? You know, I mean, then it makes us think that way, because we're aware of that. So yeah, it just kind of muddies the waters. And see, that's why lying isn't like a good thing, I think. But then again, I understand that they need to keep things close to the vest. So it's not like they want to give us like their only information. And I do feel like this was mishandled as a runaway to begin with. And so then they're not going to have a whole lot of information, not as much as they would have if they had explored every single option, unless they are too lying to us about, you know, because Eric Craddock just kept saying, we're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. And maybe he was telling us that, like, to be like, you know, that's our thing. Like, that's it. You know what I mean? Don't ask again or something. I don't know. It is hard to gauge. It is, yeah, Juicy Tulip. It's a haunting video. And like, oh my gosh, my heart was racing like every single time. And then before I came up here, I just uploaded some of the clips and like thinking about it. And I was just like, oh my gosh, like my anxiety was through the roof. It really was, because it just makes me, it just makes me wonder what the heck happened. You know what I mean? It just wasn't a normal interaction. And then seeing Sebastian drawn to whatever was happening over there made me nervous because he looked nervous. And then also the path, that trajectory again, it was weird how they were seeming to go to the one side of the vehicle, and then she completely, like, either she told him don't go that way or he decided to change his path at the last minute. It looked to me like he changed his own path, or like she changed his path, not he changed his own path. If that makes sense. It looks like they were both going in a certain direction, and then all of a sudden she's like, no, over there, kind of a thing. But we don't know what they were saying, so it's hard. Oh yeah, I did see a little bit of it, little red. Oh, I was looking at Justin's live, and I did put them in the party, so if we get to 100 likes, then I will show the party. They are yeah, I mean, but when you don't do anything and you're not out there doing anything, I mean, they're probably always in the house and stuff, like working home, right? So I don't know. They have a big house. They can get like a Bowflex or something. And wait, what it says, once we hear about the data on the phone of Kay, and then tech, in my honest opinion. Yeah, I mean, I would love to know about the Apple Watch. I would love to know about her phone data. I would love to know a lot about it, you know? We would just know a lot more if they would tell more. Hey Lolo, good to see you. Yeah. Lolo says maybe, but in my opinion, it wasn't an accident. I'm really leaning towards it was like purposefully done. You know, that's my theory anyway. One of them. And Ginger Girl's mom says you should compare that pic of KP and then you have behind with the current pic of her in the interview to come. Yeah. Oh man. I'll just take your comment down. I mean, it is like it's a stark difference. Like, you know, Katie's in my opinion, I don't think, you know, I think whatever weight people are, it's a good thing. You know what I mean? As long as you're healthy and everything like that. But like, Katie looks very healthy in this interview, in my opinion. And the one that we see on the WSMV4 with Holly Thompson again. Yeah, she doesn't look healthy to me. She looks like she is like either very stressed, of course. Obviously, her son's missing. I mean, that's not lost on me. I'm not a total asshole. But yeah, she just, I mean, drinking packs on the pounds, sitting at home packs on the pounds, you know, as we get older, that packs on the pounds. Oh, TJ, did you do 109? Oh my goodness, well look at that. On Justice Project, good to see you. Says drug test for all at the time of the hire and then randomly after that. Oh, is that for crane people? There's ways to skirt those though. They could always skirt the UA, in my opinion. Okay guys, I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it right now. Hold on. I'm sorry, I just lost the whole chat somehow. This technology sometimes brinks. Beer puts on a lot of weight, Brenda. It does. It does. Hey Donna, good to see you, Vic. Okay guys, I'm gonna play it. Hold on a second. Oh, I'm excited we got to 100 likes. That's cool. Okay, so here we go.
Weezer, there's someone I'd like you to meet.
That looks like an autopsy.
Laughter through tears is my favorite emotion. I'm so mad I don't know what to do. I want to know why. Lord, I wish I could understand. I just want to hit something. I want to hit it hard.
Get this! Go ahead, Merlin. Slap her.
Are you crazy?
Hit her.
Are you high, Clary?
We'll sell t-shirts saying I slapped Weezer Boudreaux. Hit her. Weezer, this is your chance to do something for your fellow man. Knock her lights out, Merlin.
Let go of me.
But you don't say that.
Merlin, you just missed a chance of a lifetime. Have a chickapin parish and give the eye teeth to take a whack at Weezer.
You are a pig from hell.
Weezer! Weezer, I was just kidding. Come back. Oh.
Weezer, what brings you here? Shut up.
Not a very Christian thing to do.
And now you gotta lighten up.
If you can't say anything nice about anybody, come sit by me.
Looks like two pigs fighting under a blanket.
A girl is fair game until there's a ring on it. And I mean a wedding ring. An engagement ring just means she's ready for one more mistake. Okay, this is perfect. Watch this.
Sometimes I wish I was smooth like Zahid. Of all the people I know, he's the best at girls.
Thanks, Weezy. Nothing like a good piece of ass.
And that's how you do it. Now, I'm gonna go hide in the back because that guy said he's gonna kick my ass and he has a neck tattoo, so...
I am pleasant. Damn it! I just saw drum eating in this morning at the Piggly Wiggly, and I smiled at the son of a bitch, for I could help myself.
Honey, time marches on, and eventually you realize it's marching across your face.
Okay, guys. Yeah, that was from Steel Magnolias. Yep, I Am Too Bear got it. Yeah, Vic, it's a good movie. It's old. It's an older movie. It's about some ladies in Louisiana who are friends. You know, just kind of a cute little story about their life. It's sad, you know, but it's also, you know, happy too. So I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I liked making it. I almost put Clue in there, but then I saw. Thanks, TJ. Oh, thank you, Donna. I saw Sandy say that. I saw Sandy say that her friends call her Weezer Boudreaux. Kloops, it's good to see you. Kloops said, I think we all need to send some adult diapers. LOL, drinking too much makes you less mess in your pants. Kloops, that's funny. Well, you know, somebody needs to, you know, tell Chris how it feels to sit in that. So, yeah, I agree. Stress eating, yep, Share Bear says. That's hilarious. Okay, they aged a decade and blow up like blitz. Yeah, like it looks old. They look older, huh? I mean, even like, because look at Katie over there on the bottom left all the way. For those for those of you who don't know who KK is, but yep, she's right there, and you know, looks like a healthy weight. So I'm like, okay, that is strange. And then older, yes. She was smiling again though. Like, I'm curious to see what they were saying though, you know, because maybe the lady made her smile, you know, because you don't want to be Holly Thompson probably didn't want to be like, you know, rude or anything, obviously. And Criminal Med says, does Tennessee have a child neglect charge that can be jailable offense? We put Elijah Vu's caregivers in jail on neglect charges until we found Elijah. I think they should do that until, yeah, Criminal Med, that's a good point. And then also, like when I was watching the Megan Boswell trial, which is also in Tennessee, TBI was involved. They got her for lying to the police, you know, that when they caught her in a lie. That is another thing that is really, you know, bothering me. Butter Biscuits says premeditated, Vic premeditated, true crime and crafting, or excuse me, crafting and true crime premeditated. Elizabeth is wondering, what does the Texas Roadhouse employee say about the interaction he watched and heard? I would love to hear, some of those interviews. I know that we would, in the event of a trial, perhaps if it was evidence, if there was something that they could use in the proceedings. So, oh yeah, go check out Lil Red, guys. That story was, off the hook. It's true story too, and very like telling about kind of the mindset of even a little child that, thanks, C. Taylor, that is, you know. I thought about it. I thought about that, TJ. I tried to get all I tried to put all of her pictures away. I'm like, I can't look. Hey, Cindy SC, it's good to see you. It is one of my favorite movies too. It is. It is. I used to love Sally Field movies. She's good. And I love Dolly Parton. Yes, I can see that little Redo. I can totally see that. I just love her. She is so cute. I love when she said, laughter through tears is my favorite emotion. That's the one I like. I know. I think they've been hanging out Hope Floats. They're definitely besties. I remember seeing where Clue talks about KP's food. She sent her like cookies or something. I remember that. I remember hearing about that, Star. Oh, TJ says, yeah, I agree. They keep changing their appearance, so if they do go on the run, no one will know what they look like. That's really interesting because that's one of the first things I thought of when I saw them at the court with BHB. And then also, like, where's Chris's luscious mullet at? Like, what happened to that mullet? Because he was rocking that out for a hot minute, and now all of a sudden well, you guys, the members can put that mullet card revoked because his mullet is gone. It is not with us anymore. We do not know where it's at. It's missing. I'm wondering about it, and what happened. Stress feasting, criminal med says, yeah, way beyond eating. Yeah. The school mom, she tries to dress the part, right? She's really like hitting it home. Like, she looked pretty normal in this interview with Fox, in the initial interview stage that they did, because they haven't been out for they haven't come out and said anything in a good maybe 8 months, 7-8 months, maybe longer than that, if I'm just kind of guesstimating. But Goomkey, I know exactly what Goomkey is. Star. And Brenda says cortisol is a stress hormone and it makes you gain weight. Oh, yes, cortisol, definitely. And then also, like I said, just staying inactive, I think, does a lot too. And I don't know if, Katie had anything going on like that, but I don't think she did, to where she should be laid up or anything. So she definitely should be out there looking. Passing out flyers would be good, just walking around. TJ says, wait, what? That's hilarious. Clue definitely would. If you ain't gonna finish yet, I will. Oh no. And Sandy says, my friends forced me to watch that movie. I said, I'm not wasting my time on a crybaby stuff. Okay, so that movie's sad. It is so sad. But well, because it's about a gal that has diabetes, and that's her mom. That's why her mom's crying at the end, because it's her funeral. Actually, she was at her funeral. But it's all of her friends are there to make her feel better, right? Because that's what we do for each other. And did you watch the movie, Sandy? I gotta know. That's so funny. It's cute though. It's there's a lot that happens in it, because it's Dolly has her little studio that she does her hair in, and then they all come to her salon, and that's why Weezer was getting her wax done, and she's all like, I am pleasant, and stuff. I don't know. It's hilarious. Their new interview is going to be out on Wednesday, February 26th. So the anniversary of when he was reported missing, that will be out. Holly Thompson is going to be interviewing them. It looks like they came down to the news station, in my opinion, for the interview, which is interesting, that they didn't invite Holly over to the house, because that's where they did it to begin with, was in their living room. So Vic, hey Anne, good, okay, good night. Oh, I'm so sorry you're hurting bad tonight. Oh, yes, get some sleep. Get some sleep if you can. Definitely. I'm glad you were here though. Thank you for coming in. And wait, what says I've been saying CP thinks he's a celebrity? Yeah, no, I think he does. Wait, what? I think he thinks he's like a celebrity or something like that in his own right, in his own mind. You know, like he made the comment yesterday on the recorded call with Heather PI, and he was like, I said one word and I almost broke the internet or something like that. And I was like, oh my gosh. And then if you notice too, if you go to the WSMV4 app and kind of watch their interaction, which I can pull it in for tomorrow and just, you know, I guess I'll play the video. I just don't really, I don't think it's relevant, especially because like law enforcement didn't say anything. And we knew that there was somebody around the area that night around that time frame. Like that's been out for quite a while, that somebody was kind of out in the neighborhood behind cars. And I know a lot of people was thinking it was probably Chris. You know, people were alleging that, or speculating that it could have been Chris. And so it very well could have been. It could have been another neighbor. It could have been anybody. But it's so hard to see it, who the person is. It's just basically like you see them and then they're like behind a car, and then you see them again kind of like emerge out again. But the TBI has it, and they said it wasn't any evidentiary value. Something I read last night, I'll read it real quick again for you guys because I didn't delete it out yet. Nick Barris, yeah, there you are. Okay, so this is from yesterday. Let me go ahead and go there. Okay, so I just have to move up here. Okay, so Nick Barris says nothing new, or there's nothing new. Next week's anniversary will mark a sad milestone. 1 year since 15-year-old, he's 16, just turned 16 in December, but 16-year-old Sebastian Rogers disappeared from Hendersonville, Tennessee home. I'm glad they're saying that too. Again, guys, Holly Thompson did say that as well underneath in her article. They did state that. Her and another gentleman did the article together, or the story together. They did say that he went missing from his home, his mother's home, which I'm glad they did that, because that's called truthful reporting, in my opinion. Not that, you know, he was somewhere out on Stafford Court. If that was the case and there was footage, I can see that. But as far as we know, he went missing. He disappeared from his Hendersonville, Tennessee home. And with that, you can expect more stories on this sad case. Several of you are messaging me about a possible new development. Today, a few other media outlets are reporting that a private investigator has discovered new video supposedly showing someone walking in the neighborhood the night the teen disappeared. It is being reported as a possible break in the search for Sebastian. Unfortunately, that is not the case. The Sumner County Sheriff's issued a statement to the media which reported on the story. And they say, quote, law enforcement has had possession of the original video since 72 hours after Sebastian was reported missing. Let me remove the banner. Sorry about that, guys. And it says, after thorough thoroughly investigating this lead, we determined that it was of no relevance to this case. And then we have the rest here. I have also talked with the district attorney, Ray Whitley, who says, no, this is nothing new. They had this video from the beginning and vetted it early on as nothing of relevance. This is not a new lead, and that's a shame. I wish it was something helpful. There remains a great deal of misinformation still out there on this case. That being said, I am working on a story for next week that will spell out the very latest in the investigation, including some new details, factual details. So remember, anyone with information on the case can call 1-800-TBI-FIND, and then he asked us to share it. So basically, Nick Barris is saying, no, Steve Fisher, not so fast. Don't spread misinformation, right? Don't spread misinformation. And he's been good for that. He has been very good for that. Like I said before, I would really appreciate if he would put out some information about what his clients' whereabouts were, like maybe Chris's alibi, maybe Katie's iWatch. Yeah. That'd be nice. September Virgo, good to see you. And we have Luscious September Virgo. That's hilarious. I just I like to be funny. Mama Cedar Street, good to see you. He cut the mullet and beard off. Yeah, well, when they took BHB to court. Oh, he cut it off back then. I saw him when he was in the woods that one time, and I thought he still had like some puff back. It definitely wasn't like greased up like it was for court. It was kind of like poofy and like sticking out the back of his hat, kind of like a clown. Hey, Scranton Strangler, good to see you. Good to see you. Indeed, it just proves Chris listens to everything on the YouTube. Yep. He didn't like his hair made fun of. Chris, I was calling it luscious. I don't know what he's talking about making fun of it. I'm just kidding. I think, I don't know. I always kind of like more like a clean cut anyway, but that's just me. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not like big into like the beards and stuff like that. You know, but it's personal preference. Some ladies are like, I like that beard, you know, it's luscious. But not me. Like, I mean, a little bit of facial hair, you know, but clean cut is more my style. But Anne says I have some information. Oh, okay, awesome, Anne. Were you able to get a hold of, or were you able to do the mod email? I'm so sorry. Like I said, today I couldn't believe all this stuff coming out, and I was looking, and I got some of the emails, and then once I got a couple, and then let me look really quick. Oh, of course, this kicked me right off of here. Let's see. Okay, 1 second here. This pain in the patoot. There we go. We don't want to get put on the public Wi-Fi because that thing does not work at all. Okay. Here we go. All right, let me see. No, I did not get one from you, Anne. I'm sorry. Dang. No. No. I just checked both. I'm sorry. I don't know how for us to connect on here. I'm trying to think if possibly Facebook? Possibly Facebook if you have a Facebook. Brenda Calvert says her lawyer is telling her what to wear, in my opinion. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think also the lawyer might have said it might, he can't really tell them what to do, but he might have said like it might be a good idea for you guys to go out and talk about your son, it is a year. Um that would be my guess, but I don't know if that's how it went down or not. Um I just think that movie is so adorable, Little Red. I just think they are just so stinking cute, all of the friends. And TJ says only stress I can see is that of them getting a divorce and maybe CP flipping. Oh yeah. Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, if they're like they were already on the outs, right? But then this all happened. So if they are, because they've really stuck together like thick as thieves. So yeah, I agree, TJ. I mean, forget it. Forget it. Forget it. They are in for a big one. Oh, I love fried green tomatoes. Oh, that's one of my favorites too. It's another one about friends. It's another one. Sandy says my friends forced me to watch it because they wanted me to see how I act just like Shirley MacLaine. I loved her also in that movie Terms of Endearment. That movie was so good. And when she's in the hospital and she's like, "Give my daughter her medication," and she's like freaking out, I was like, "Oh, that's me." Like if they were taking care of my daughter, I'd be like that too. I'd be like, "She needs it now, now, now." And she was like, "All the nurses around." It was hilarious. Obviously not because the nurses weren't, doing their job or whatever, but it's humorous in that way. Wait, what says I bet that interview will be heavy on edits? And yeah, in my opinion. Yeah, oh, definitely. Definitely. Hopefully I don't even know. I guess it would come on. I don't remember what time she said. I just remember what date. I'm guessing maybe like 5 o'clock or something like that. So we'll definitely watch it here. I mean, I'm interested to see what they have to say. Um, oh, Hope Floats. That's a cute movie. Very, very, very cute movie. Star. Well, what if they don't show it since SF put out a fake? Yeah, I mean, it's like I think that I'm guessing that video is real. I'm guessing now that it is real if the TBI came out and authorities came out and said, "Well, we already knew about it. It's old news. We've already vetted that out." But they did do a reenactment around the neighborhood. So I'm glad that you said that, Little Red, because it does make me um, want to talk about kind of a topic that I wanted to discuss tonight too, which is that whenever they did the reenactment of the neighbor's camera footage that supposedly got the common area in the 3:00, 3:10 a.m. Flashlight video. It was Clue and Cletus, and I'm not sure if it was Crabtree, and I think it was SF. All of them went to the neighborhood, got permission, and did some recreation videos. Um, I don't particularly agree with the theory behind it. So that's why we never really, again, discussed it, because I just kind of look at it as if you're not a trustworthy source, I really don't want to waste my time with that. Now, if it was deemed to be a trustworthy source, then I would. Definitely, because it's a part of Sebastian's case. We want to find out what happened to him. So no matter who puts it out there, I'm gonna go wherever the truth leads us, right? Or wherever the perceived truth leads us, and try to do my best at that. But I just find it a little bit odd that all of a sudden after that recreation, Steve Fisher has all of this footage and all of these pictures. From who? Because last time I checked, all of the Proudfoot's neighbors don't like them at all because they're hateful to Sebastian, that he was being called names. They couldn't even have him over at a barbecue because they didn't want him there anymore. It wasn't said about Katie, that was said about Mr. Foot. And so there's that. I think it's extremely weird. I don't know what you all think. I know a lot of people don't really care for SF. My opinion of him, he definitely likes to be in the spotlight. He was smirking throughout the interview that I watched, of him speaking with Holly Thompson. He seemed like he had that duper's delight where he was excited that somebody was giving his lies attention. And I feel sorry for Holly Thompson because I think that she kind of either had to take the story, right? Because that's part of her job. She needs to cover whatever. If we remember, though, she was also the very first news reporter to interview the Proud Feet, right? Because they went on Duchess for the Missing first, and then Holly Thompson had the very first exclusive interview with them. So, maybe she obviously wanted to stay on her own case, right? Because it is her case. Obviously, she started on it. But I honestly, oh, sorry guys, I have to plug my phone in. StreamYard really. And see, this is where you guys are going to go up a little bit here because I can't plug my phone in and also have, it's just the way this selfie thing is set up. Whoops. There we go. Okay. Sorry about that. But either way, let's see if I move that. Okay. But either way, I just think that it's misleading information. I think it's misinformation. I think that I've never actually, and maybe you guys can tell me if you can recall a case like this, but I can never actually recall a case where one news outlet is saying one thing and the next in the same vicinity, the same area, right, is saying a completely different thing. Like I just read you what Nick Barris said, and then Holly Thompson is saying, oh, SF might be breaking the case. Like, what? I mean, hi, welcome to Sebastian Rogers' case. Oh, I don't know, Scranton. I don't know if her channel is struck or not. I don't know. Oh, man. I would hope so. I don't even know how she got the Nancy Grace interview before everybody else, because I had it probably an hour before I played it on the show, the podcast version of it. So I don't know. She might have played something early that she shouldn't have. I have no idea. The weird thing is it seems like there are some people in that town that are really the same way as those people. You got the Crabtree, you got the Clue, you got the Cletus, you got the Proud Feet, you got the Foot Clan. There's definitely some like minds in that town, and even higher up in the food chain. You know what I mean? So, oh, cool, couponing, a new movie coming out about a little boy with autism, Unbreakable Kid. Cool. That's awesome. And Juicy Tulip says, maybe he really did do something unspeakable to Sebastian that's going to go down in history, like he said. I can see that. I can definitely see where he would be bragging because he does like to brag a lot. I can see that. I want to play the audio for you guys, and I saw this on Hindsight 2002, and it's where Chris was calling in, he called in to Cluminati, and of course she was thinking that was funny and everything. I believe so too. Juicy Tulip, I believe he's a sociopath and narcissist. Absolutely, my opinion. And yeah, he has grandiose delusions, in my opinion. Absolutely, he does have delusions of grandeur. He does have traits that show his grandiosity. Absolutely, absolutely. Oh, for snap, she's out for 7 days for like stream sniping somebody, or who is she stream sniping? You guys know? Now you got me curious. And C. Taylor says, I'm not a country music fan, but I love Dolly. She's done so much good with her positive influence and seems to have a big heart. Yeah, absolutely. She is super duper duper sweet. She's so smart. She's a savvy lady. I watched an interview on Dolly, and I can't remember, like, I think it might have even been like when she was on Oprah or something. But somebody said something to her that was like so rude and like so hateful, and like she just looked over and said the sweetest thing ever in the nicest way she possibly could, and she cut that lady down like like a ninja, right? Like, it was amazing how she did it, and like she looked like a classy woman and they looked like trash. Like, it was so I was just like, how do you do that? Like, I was like amazed, right? Because what the person said to her, and I don't even know to quote it for you guys, but they were knocking her down. You know what I mean? Like, being so mean to her and like disrespecting her in front of the whole entire world. And she was like, oh, no, no, no. We're not doing that, but I'll be nice to you because that's who I am. Obviously, that's not who you are. And ever since I saw that, I was like, holy cow, this lady is the boss. She did that like a boss. And I just think that like those are the women we want to look up to. Someone like Dolly. And then also now she's got like all her little cookware out. She's got a whole line of stuff. She puts it out over at the dollar store so everybody can afford it. I respect stuff like that for sure. Much respect and love. And she's just so pretty and kind, and like you said, heart of gold for sure. C. Taylor. Shut down for a week, Lori. Wow. Oh no. Well, that would stink. Well, I mean, maybe she wants a vacation. I don't know. But it would be hard because all this stuff coming out, you know what I mean? Content use or something. Yeah. See, I don't. You guys are so smart because I have no idea what's going on half the time. I'm like, what? That happened? What? Uh, I'm surprised that she didn't get like taken down because of the ugliness. Hey, Tinks, good to see you. Like the level of nasty stuff that comes off of her channel. I saw something on a short where she had like a coffin and a nail and she was like threatening people, and I can't remember who it was. I don't even know. Like it's some vile, nasty shit she pulls, and I can't believe that she's like. I said it in the comments. Who showed it? And I said in the comments, I was like, YouTube terms and service, maybe, like terms of service, like, hello, hi, YouTube, where you at, because some of the things that she does and says are not even like, shock jock or pushing the envelope, because I know I do that myself, but like, I don't know, she just like to like have a thumbnail that says, how much do you value your life? Like, are you kidding me right now? I'd be like, show up to my house and see what happens. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell is your problem? Like, don't even try it. Because she likes to intimidate people. Like, she's already like a huge woman, right? And so she's already like beastly and intimidating as it is. And then she goes off and does stuff like that. And I'm like, okay, Tennessee, calm down. Scranton says, well, just from the ones I stumble across, it seems like her entire content is ripping apart other channels. See, that's what I'm saying. Streams from the previous night, J for J2, she's obsessed with BJ, like obsessed with BJ. I mean, like, even worse than the stalker person that's obsessed with me, Terry Lynn, and BJ. Because and there's other girls on there too. I just don't know who they are, but I'm one of them now for some reason. Nehru, good to see you. Oh, that's so sweet of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Where's Edgar's Life? Oh, Brenda, good point. Where's Edgar's Life 360 at? Like, where is it? Where are you at with that? You know, come on. Where are you? Life 360, Life 360 is like super accurate too, because I used to have it. My daughter and I used to have it. Now we just share our location, you know, on our iPhones. But we used to do that when she was younger, you know. Now she's an adult, but I was like, still, can you share your location with me, please? She's like, yep. She's like, give me your location. TJ says CP has a bunch of minions on YouTube watching everything. I know, and it's ridiculous. Like, he did say that the other day too, or yesterday. The call with Chloe, the call with Heather PI again. He was like, oh, I have people all over the world that send me stuff all the time. And I'm like, oh boy. And that worries me, because that means there's other people out there that think just like him. Like, that's what I'm saying. That's scary to me. That's real scary. I mean, obviously, we kind of all have known somebody like him, I think. Hopeful, it says Clue also has a grave on her live saying she's going after Smiley. What? Oh my God. See, and that's like, why would you go after Smiley? She didn't ever do anything. That's sick. Sick, 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 sick. I wonder if he changed deodorant due to camel fleas. Oh yeah, I saw the thumbnail. Yeah, that one, the one, oh gosh. One hopeful it's, I mean, not our Smiley, Vic says. I know, like, why? I don't, you know, like, Smiley's so nice. See, the one thing that I get really ticked off about, not to go on a rant, but why do you think that somebody's niceness is a weakness? It's not. I think it's way stronger to be nice to somebody than it is to be hateful to them. It's real easy to just go off and go, you know, be rude and be like, you know, F you, and you're a B and you're a C, and, you know, blah, blah, blah. It's a lot. It takes a lot more strength and reserve to, like, just straight up be nice to somebody and be like, I'm not going to let you make me bitter, you know. Papa Rose. She needs to do more constructive time with the toilet. I agree. That toilet is wretched. Hey, Geo Twins. Good to see you. Amen, Papa. Oh, no. Yes, Scranton, hey, hurry back, but that's okay, though. I'm glad you listened. I'm so glad you're here. And Tinks says, aw, thanks, Tinks. Aw. I try, but look at us. We're over here talking about Clue and them. It's like, oh, no. You know, Vault came over here, and she was really, really nice, though. I will say that. She was here one night, and she was nice. I don't think we had to kick her out or anything. Like, as far as I know, sometimes I don't see everything that happens in the chat, though, too, guys. Just, you know, so you know. But, or you probably know that by now if you watch. You're probably like, where's that comment at? But, like, but yeah, I mean, she was just fine. She's like, I came over just from Queen Bee's or whatever. I was like, okay, you know. Like I said, I don't hate anybody. I don't hate anybody. But I just want to know what's going on with Sebastian. You know what I'm saying? It's like, where is he? What's going on? Like, where, you know, it is bizarre, you know, Teresa. And that's the thing too. People were saying things like that too. Like, that's not Katie. You know, Yeda said that. We had the teachers saying that, like, that's not the same Katie we met. A lot of people are like, hey, she's not timid at all, you know, things like that, like, don't let her fool you. Which we all, you know, are on our best behavior sometimes, you know, so I get it. But in the same way, I don't know. Upload says Chris to cut his hair had to cut his hair because the lawyers were mama. I'm surprised his mom didn't say, like, Chris, you need to get that clean cut a little bit. Tawanda, Lolo. Oh, we should bring Tawanda in. If you won't listen to reason, there's always Tawanda. Oh, it's such a good movie. Such a good movie. I love Jennifer who is it? Mary Stuart Masterson and Mary Louise Parker were the two that played in that one. You know, Iggy was like the more like tomboyish. Well, she was a tomboy. She was. And then you had the prim and proper one. You know, Ruth was the prim and proper one. And would they have stayed married to keep from testifying against one another? You know, Butter Biscuit, that is a really good point. That is a really good point. Possibly. But then again, if one person takes a deal, then I don't know. I did hear that they're supposed to divorce, but then again, they did the interview together. Maybe that was to keep up appearances, and then maybe something leaked out. I'm not sure. But that's a good point, because, you know, they might have went that route. All tardies are excused. And Lori says she doesn't think they're going to say that much. I don't think so either. I don't think they're going to say that much either. I really don't. I really don't. Unless they're kind of forced to. You know what I'm saying? If they're forced. Crabtree. All right, guys. So I think I'm going to play this clip here that I have for you guys. And I'm sorry if I missed a lot of comments here. My new ugly channel on Justice Project. I did not forget about you. I need to come over there and subscribe. Let's see. Mama, yeah, she's mad at Julie Slonik because she speaks the truth and they don't like it. And they will make anyone a target. They just do. They make everybody a target. Like I said, I find it funny that they're putting out this shadow person, but yet they were having a fit whenever we were enhancing to brighten a photo. I mean, it looked like the video that they showed today was brightened as well. Hate to break it to you guys, but you guys are lightening stuff too up. So, I mean, I could do something like that in the computer program just like you can, and I did. And, you know, that's why I'm just not showing it, because I'm like, F them. The ridiculousness. Oh gosh, I hope not. Kloops. Kloops says, I'm afraid they're gonna play the victim and do more victim shaming of Sebastian, in my opinion. I hope not. I hope they can just come out on the year anniversary and behave themselves for a change. You know what I mean? Ugh, goodness sakes. Okay, so this is an older interview, but this is when Chris was calling around, like, to different channels on the internet, right? And I thought it was interesting to show it again. He's calling in to a show, and he doesn't call in and say, you know, hello, this is Chris, Sebastian Rogers' stepdad. Nice to talk with you. It wasn't like anything like that. He called in and he's like, oh, do you think this about this boy? And, you know, he does that quite frequently. And then he was doing like voice changers. And then he was also like doing impressions of people. Which, again, I've never witnessed something so crazy like with a parent of a missing child, right? A step parent. But because Chris is a parent, right? He's got faith. So yeah, but let's go ahead and watch this, and I've got 2 clips.
Hello, Crime Stories Obsessed.
Yeah, is this the call-in show?
It is. Hi. You're live.
Hey, awesome. Hey, I heard somebody saying that they saw Katie's mom or something with a kid. Is that really true?
It's difficult. That's what she said. I don't want to say too much on here without upsetting anybody that's listening, namely the person that just called in. But we were just questioning if there was anything, any confusion. But we are going to take it seriously and make sure the address, the details, everything she said is passed over to law enforcement. We're going to do that together when we finish on the call, so that we'll actually give them the call. They can listen to it themselves. What did you make of it?
I want to add this to that call then.
Yep.
Because you're talking to Chris, the stepfather of Sebastian Rogers,
Oh.
now.
Oh, hi.
So here's the funny thing. The thing that lady was after spewing,
Yeah.
absolutely crap.
Okay.
That's the funny thing.
Right.
Absolutely crap.
Thanks for calling in.
Yeah, no worries. I
didn't want to upset her.
Get all these answers and they want to get stuff straight. Well, let's get stuff straight. And let's put this out here for everybody to understand.
Yeah.
See, when you have people like that called into your show and they say they have all this information, and when you ask the question, why didn't you call law enforcement? Her answer was, because my son didn't want me to.
Yeah, there's an
That
issue.
right there's a red flag. That is absolute BS.
But you've got to be careful what you say on here. I don't want to upset the woman. You know what I mean? She's given me the information.
I'm not upsetting her. I am stating the facts.
Yeah, you're right.
Because the reason why, I'm one of the parents. And let's talk about upsetting people, because you've got people that go on these shows and they say these kinds of things,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't use common sense. Because if she had the information, so you mean to tell me that you just went on a show with 44,000 subscribers that you have, and she openly admitted that she wouldn't call the cops but had information? What kind of person with a compassionate heart says something like that?
Probably somebody.
Doesn't make any sense.
It's probably somebody with a bit of Alzheimer's, or somebody that's seen something on Facebook and has,
Yeah, see, but once again, that's where it goes right back to speculations and assumptions, and then they put out false and misleading information. And unfortunately, it truly bogs down the investigation from law enforcement on every aspect.
It does.
So, and I'm sure Seth would agree with me, and so does Katie on this deal, but we really don't want the rest of the BS out there. We just want true hardcore leads that could actually lead somewhere, not
I understand.
Somebody who thinks they saw something and whatnot. We would just really call in and get those leads in if they feel that.
No, I agree. I agree 100%. The only problem is I'm a paramedic, so I understand. You're going to get people that may have problems, they may have dementia, and they don't they don't realize. And if they were 30 years younger, they probably wouldn't call in, because they know that it was just something that was in their mind that they'd seen earlier on say Facebook or somewhere. We can't medically diagnose somebody over here, but just by speaking.
No, you don't have to diagnose anybody over the air, but common sense, I don't care who you are, would say that if you have the information and you think it's a credible thing, you should call law enforcement regardless. How would somebody feel if their child went missing and they were in our shoes and they had all these people calling in and saying that they have spotted this child, they've seen this and they've seen that, but refused to call it in?
Mm-hmm.
False tips are better than no tips, but
yeah.
True common sense on things like, when people say, well, I just didn't want to call it in, that is a red flag right there. Even with law enforcement saying this.
Yeah.
When people say,
She said her family didn't want her to get involved.
From 9 to 1.
Yeah, she said her family didn't want her to get involved, and there is probably a reason for that, like you said, but we don't know.
78
I
years
mean,
old.
she's 78, you know.
Okay, guys. So apparently there was a caller that called into this show. Crime Stories Obsessed, right? And I'm not as familiar with this channel, but this person was, an elderly person whose family did not want her to get involved, but she called in nevertheless to talk to these people and tell them a tip that she thought was valid, right? But she was obviously a little bit shaken up, and I know Hope floats. It's bad. It's bad. He definitely is triggering. Just the way that he speaks in circles like that, and then gets upset about one thing, and then they'll concede the point, and then he brings up another thing. It's very triggering because it's abusive behavior, very abusive. And it's this woman's show, and he's so disrespectful to her and her either it's a partner, maybe co-host, or a panelist, that she has on her panel or whatever. But it's two people there. And so, Chris calls in and he's like, pretends like it's not him. And then he's like, let's see. Sorry, I'm going to pull my book over here. And he says the caller said that she saw Katie's mom with a kid. And, the lady's like, yeah, we didn't want to say anything, really, because we didn't want to offend the caller, right? Because the caller's just calling in. Everybody has the right to call into the show, right? It's a free phone. It's a open phone line where people can just call in, right? So he has a fit about it though, and you can tell he's mad, but they're calm, so he's staying calmer. He doesn't go ballistic, which he usually does. And they were kind of like, yeah, we kind of knew we know who you are, Chris. You know what I mean? We kind of figured it was you calling in, right? And they start talking about how, well, Chris just kind of goes right off like that lady out there that was spewing this, and he always says spewing like as if there is some kind of malice or ill intention behind what somebody is saying. It to me, in my opinion, without hearing the actual caller, which I wish we had that for context, but we don't in this case. But I think it was just a concerned woman who was calling in, and maybe she had seen something about perhaps Katie's mother or that side of the family and was concerned, and like they were trying to explain to him, and they were also trying to explain that, like, people are going to call in and they are going to say these things, and we're not going to be rude to them, right? And then also, if it's an older person, maybe they are thinking they're seeing things, or they saw something on Facebook, blah blah blah. But he doesn't take that for an answer. He has to continue on and act crazy, right? And so he talks about them spewing all of this as if they're doing it on purpose and in a bad intention. And then she kind of explains to him that, like, when she has people call in, that she listens to what they have to say. And then she also explains that, like, if they have like an illness, and then Chris is like, well, it doesn't even matter, I'm talking about common sense. And it's like, yeah, but if somebody has Alzheimer's and they don't have a good memory, then obviously the common sense isn't going to be even a factor, right? Because they have an illness that is preventing them from using their common sense. What is Chris's excuse, though? That's my problem with him, is like, what is your excuse exactly, Chris? Because you don't show any common sense ever. And he goes into like, oh, well, they need to call it in. They need to call it in. And he's like, even though it's a false tip, it's still better than no tips. And it's like, okay, well, which one do you want? Because they're trying to explain it in all of these different ways for you, and you're still upset. You know what I mean? It's like, you're never going to get anywhere with a person like this, Crafting in True Crime says, Lady Freedom, you can pull up the call clip from her channel or Spirit Seeker Squad's channel. Oh, they both have it. Oh, okay. On Spirit Seekers. Okay, I know. I love Mandy. Spirit Seeker. Okay. Great. I will definitely do that. Because, yeah, I mean, I would kind of like to see what the woman had to say. It sounded to me from what they were saying, it was like she was calling in, but her family was like, don't get involved. Because, I mean, obviously it's a weird case and stuff like that. So, Mountain Mama says it burns my butt every time Chris says he is out. Chris says that he is one of the parents. I don't think he parented Sebastian. I think he intimidated, belittled, and he was abusive to him. That's not a parent. I agree. I agree. He wants this status, right? He wants this grand status, but then he's never earned any of it. I completely agree, Mountain Mama. It really chaps my ass too. It does. I can't help it. You know, I'm just like, what is this guy doing? You know, and then who knows? Katie's probably sitting there, or she's on three-way or something with him the whole time, you know, supporting him. What the heck? And Scranton Strangler says crafting was he wearing shoes like after months he couldn't get some. That's so ridiculous, but in my opinion she knows where he is too. Just saying. I think they both know. I think they both know what's going on. And Crafty and True Crime says, trust me, if you hear the lady, she seems very authentic in what she was saying. She has dates and descriptions too. Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. So that's why he was upset. That makes a lot of sense to me. Okay. Wow. So that's why he was upset. Yeah. And because, I mean, and the thing is too, again, and I know I said this last night, but like, how is he so convinced that he knows? You know what I mean? Like, how does he always know? Like, oh, that person doesn't know what they're talking about. How do you know? You're saying you don't know where Sebastian is. You said he poof, disappeared, vanished, no trace, no evidence, you know, things like that. How would you know then? And he gets all upset about it. It's like, what the heck? Lori says Mountain Mama 100%. Yep, Vic agrees. And Scranton Strangler says, totally agree. In my opinion, KP was no parent either. No, she's sitting there. She's probably sitting right there. You know, you better call into this one because they're blaming my mom. I mean, after we heard what she did, you know, I mean, that was the straw that broke the camel's back. If Seth, you know, didn't want Sebastian around her mom, I wouldn't either. I mean, I don't think he deserved to be around any of those people if that's what they're going to do. Even you know, Suzanne, I'm sorry, but if she is allowing or bringing the phone to Francis, she is doing that too. That is not okay. I'm sorry, but don't do that anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying Suzanne doesn't have a right to be around. You know, she didn't do anything, obviously. Hopefully not. But I mean, there's no proof, and you know, and everything. From all accounts, she's a nice person, right? She isn't like Francis, but she is enabling Francis, and that is again flying monkey behavior. And you cannot do that. If you love somebody, if you're their friend, you hold them accountable for stuff. You don't like enable them their bad behavior, because then that just means that you don't even really like care for them if you're going to let that happen. You know, you're letting them mess themselves up, you know. And Crafty and True Crime says that's Mandy on that call with her talking in the back. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I didn't even recognize her voice until you said that. All right. Yeah. They both know where he is. I agree, Lori. They do. They do. No parent at all. He's not. He didn't even try to work with him. They wanted to put Sebastian somewhere, put him in a behavioral center, like to live there, not just like, you know, extra, you know, drop him off for an hour or two at night and then come get him and, you know, therapies or something like that. No, they wanted to leave him there. And then in that Bledsoe Youth Academy, that place is awful. And Vic says Mandy is so smart and her work is amazing. Oh, I love her. Her work is so good. And she's so good at like spotting things. You know what I mean? Just kind of like, and doing the comparisons. I love her channel. Hurry back, Lori. Yeah, I wish I could pull it up. See, that's why I need to get a laptop too, because I can't just stream it straight. Let me see if I can't find like a clipped version. Because I don't know what the see, this is like a clip, right? That I just pulled from Hindsight. 2002. But let me see. If I can find it here. Chris. Do you guys know what it's called? I just typed in Spirit Seeker Squad Crime Stories Obsessed Chris Proudfoot. But it doesn't show. No, see, I don't see it. Chris is a bad liar. I do like that one. It would have probably been, well, it wouldn't have been her live, so it had to have been a video, right? And that would have been back in, sorry guys, let me take a look and see really quick. I'm not going to replay it, but.
Hello, Crime Stories Obsessed.
Okay, 5/2. So that would have been back in May, beginning of May. Yeah, see, I don't see it anywhere. Oh, it wouldn't have been a year ago. Well, not quite anyway. But either way, let me go ahead and look really quick while I play this next one. I will play this next one.
Well, anonymous reporting is perfectly okay.
Yeah, she wasn't.
You don't have to give information. It has to come of it, but
yeah,
we
will pass
once
it
again,
across,
this just goes right back to where we keep asking everybody if there's something, just reach out into law enforcement. Just all you gotta do is pick up the phone and call them. You don't wait.
But the thing is, it's not up to us as the public to sift through tips and work out what we feel is right and genuine and what's not. You know, it's a case of this comes in, you know, this is the information, you decide. It isn't up to us to I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. It does bog them down with all this crap. But
I'm also saying that you've got folks that come in on your show.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I'm being very respectful when I say this, but they're coming in on the show.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say this to any creator out there.
Mm-hmm.
When you have somebody that comes on your show and wants to make statements like that, and nobody stops them and asks them the questions that make common sense, like, okay, you don't want to get it reported, you don't want to be involved, that's fine. There's also anonymous reporting that you can put out there, and that might help change the narrative as far as whether or not they want to report things. You know, it's just looking out for all parties' interests. Yeah. Sebastian being number one, the missing child.
Yeah.
Our son, you know.
Understand that. But unfortunately, some people are going to have problems, you know. It's difficult. It's difficult. We did get as much information. I don't think she was going to tell us anything about her. I did ask. But she gave us the information of the store. If they can listen to the call, can't they, for themselves? I'll give them the link. They can listen. If they find it a load of rubbish, they can just say no, you know. They can decide for themselves.
But I mean, we're just help us out on your show and just keep pushing the narrative as far as if you see something, say something, don't wait.
Yeah.
I mean, every time that somebody fails to make a report and they wait 2 days, that's 2 days behind on a report or a lead that could be substantial.
Well, I mean,
Nobody actually
we did
knows
push
where
it.
these go and how important they are.
We asked her multiple times, like, you know, will you please call in? You know, multiple times. No. First, she said she didn't have a phone or she wasn't allowed to, and then she mentioned something about her son. It was just, I think, as the call progressed, we could kind of work
But if
out.
you notice, people are having excuses. Didn't have a phone. My family doesn't want involved. My son doesn't want me to report it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's
She
kind of
still
odd.
could have seen
It's
his
very odd.
stepson. She might have seen him.
If a law enforcement person hears this, they're also going to be just doing the exact same thing. It's very odd.
I'd like to think they would look at all information that comes in. I would like to think that if I sent them the link to this and gave them the time, that they would listen to it and take it seriously.
But would you provide the phone number?
Yeah, if they want it, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, well, the thing is that if you're going to send them the link, you would probably need to send them the phone number of the caller at the time, so that way they could reach out instead of having to do extra legs of work to find this person if you've got the information.
I've got all the information because it's a recorded call, so we're going to go back through it and write everything down, pass on the telephone number. They can make that decision and then they can decide what they want to do with it. I mean, I think we've already decided that it's probably nothing, but she seems to think she's seen him, whether it's because she's seen him somewhere else, like on Facebook. I don't know, but let them decide. But I know what you mean. It is annoying when when loads of people are sending in tips that are a load of rubbish. Yeah, I understand that. I do. So,
have you
been searching today then? Have you been busy?
I work nights, so I'm just now getting up, and this is what I got up to here.
Oh, you've been on nights?
Yeah. I'm actually having to go back to work. I actually go back to work.
Do they use cranes during the night?
Cranes run 24/7 on certain job sites.
Oh, yeah. Over here they don't.
They may not run like that over in Europe. I'm not sure.
No.
I can't. I'm not going to speak for Europe.
No. Oh, okay then. Well, I appreciate you calling in, Chris. It's the first time I've spoken to you. Thank you.
Anytime.
Yeah, thank you.
So just appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right.
Talk to you again soon.
Y'all have a good day.
You too. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Okay.
Woo! Emma, you are amazing.
United States.
Okay, guys. Hey, Tanya. Good to see you. I think I might have found it, guys. I think. Well, I got the live. Let me see. I think this might be it. Hold on. Let's hear.
Yeah, they cut off my everything. And they told me not to say another word even. Who has? The people that have you?
Let me know if you guys can hear it good.
My son. I have myself. We're trapped here. I just don't want nobody to see
Hey,
it.
Miss Nanya Business.
Where are you trapped? Where are you trapped? I'm not trapped.
40. Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. Hold on 1 second here. Okay, great. Let's see. 4338. Oh, my bad.
Right, and
Okay, so I made a community post earlier, and I asked all the things, like everything that you just kind of ran through, and I was wondering, okay, so if anybody knows about it, of the 3 parents, then they would be in legal trouble because they filed a missing person report.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
That would be a false reporting, and we, saw the West parents be charged with that also. And then if it's family that has him, they would also be in trouble because they know that he's a missing child right now. And they were in a very, very public place where that picture was taken. So I'm questioning the validity
why would you
of
take
that.
him out?
Right. So
It's
I
almost
try
a
to
bit
look at all
odd.
different. I'm gonna hop down and come back and see if that helps our lag.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
Okay, I'll be right back.
All right, see you in a minute. So, I'm going to ask you guys in the chat.
Hey, Detroit Rock City.
Do you think a woman that we've all seen stood outside that place, that Wilson Center, looks anything like Katie's mom?
Why is Amazon paying me $63,000 a month? Well, I didn't make this kind of money.
And it's difficult because I've not got a side-by-side view.
Oh, here's the lady that they're showing here. And I do think that the person, I mean, it's a strange resemblance. It really is. I think it. But
I think it does. That's my personal opinion. I've looked at the nose, the chin, kind of jawline, tried to imagine her from the side. I know it's difficult.
oh, that is KP's mom. Okay, I thought it was the lady from Grandfather Mountain. I was like, it's weird that the person also looks like, yeah.
Then you're going to say, well, why would she want to come and get him? Unless it had been either arranged or she'd come to get him because she'd been speaking to him on the phone. I mean, I would have thought she wouldn't be allowed any contact. But I'll read the comments so I can see what you're all saying. I do think it looks like her, especially an older her. I'm going to drop. Where is it? No, Mandy's here. Where is it? So this is the calling details for the show. If you ring in from the USA, has it gone off the floor? How many times do you have to press it? Once. Okay, so if you're calling in the USA, you can call on 442-371-4040. If you're in the UK, you can call me direct to this mobile on 07491608207. And you can tell me what you think about this theory. Tell me what your theories are, what you've been thinking about it. Let me know.
I know it is a lot of information crafting.
That picture of the mother, do you think it would be her? Do you think Katie would arrange to do anything, or she would come over and take him for any reason? Or do you think it's not her? Or do you think it's just some random woman?
I think that they look very similar.
Oh, they're not sure.
Similar. I think that the women look more alike than Sebastian and the boy look alike. But I also see an outline around the boy, like if you zoom in on the picture, his.
Sorry.
United States.
Hello, welcome to Crime Stories Obsessed. You're live.
Yes, hello.
I'll turn you up.
I have been calling in. My phone is hacked and tapped. My son says I'm crazy, but I saw the boy and that woman at Livonia, Georgia, deals on Highway 17 at the store. I didn't think nothing of it at the time. I mean, I wasn't watching this and following it.
So you say you saw them at a store?
Yes. It was around the holidays, right after the holidays, Valentine's and Easter.
Yeah. And have you already seen Sebastian before that then for you to recognise him?
Well, I noticed his hair was real dark and his eyebrows. Somebody, I had dyed them or something, I reckon. They just didn't look right.
Oh.
When I was leaving with my grandson. My grandson was leaving.
Thank you, C. Taylor.
Silly. I'm in my second childhood, I told him. And, to act silly. I've always been a serious person all my days. I'm 78.
78. Wow. Then did you call this tip in to the TBI?
No. I don't call no police or nothing. I don't trust them the way people talk. I mean, if I had to, I would. No,
Hey, CB.
I tried to call Justin, but I got connected with this lady, Mandy, on here, and you.
Aw.
And you gave this number.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Famous. Wait.
No, it's okay. We're not cutting you off.
The boy was being.
I just want to say really quick, guys, I think it's interesting that she says that. And I think because a lot of people will get upset and they'll be like, oh, don't call dog. You're supposed to call. But sometimes people don't trust LE. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that's right. I'm just saying that sometimes, they don't feel comfortable calling law enforcement. You know what I mean? So then they don't, and then they don't call at all. And so I think it's better to at least, send a tip to Dog the Bounty Hunter, and then he's obviously gonna give it to the proper authorities. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying this is a good example of it. You know what I mean? C. Taylor's like, exactly, because I mean, she's just as cute as she could be. She's like, I'm 78 years old. She's like, I'm actually, she's trying to be, she's kind of, in my opinion, she's like, just so you know, I am all here, but my family thinks I'm crazy. And, and so she, but that's how a lot of people think, unfortunately.
But then I seen, he wasn't walking on his own. He was like in the driving thing, and the woman was behind him. And when I looked at her earlier, she looked kind of like security, and I had walked past the boy, and he had asked me my name. He said, what's your name? So I said, Passion, but I thought it'd be rude not to speak back to a person, So I backed up, walked back, and I looked at him, and we grinned. I said, what's your name? And he said, Sam.
Sam. Right. Okay.
Yeah, he might have said that, Sam. I thought he said Sam. But anyway, we was passing again, and I hear myself on this.
She needs to pause YouTube.
Oh. And
yeah. Can you just pause YouTube a second? Just pause the YouTube live. I might be able to hear you a bit. Oh, you did?
Yes, ma'am. I don't have.
Miss Nunya, yeah. I agree. I understand too.
They had told me not to say another word. I can't keep my mouth shut,
Right, okay, so just tell me again, because this call's recorded. So just tell me again where you saw him.
At Livonia Deal Store, Livonia, Georgia.
Georgia. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And what day was that on?
I don't know exactly. I'm saying that's the 2 holidays.
Right.
Somewhere there.
Okay.
Because I don't eat no flowers or candy or nothing no more since I moved up here with my son. Anyway, I was hugging either the crackers or something I got. It tastes like, childish like. And kids are drawn to me, 2-year-olds and up.
Yeah.
Everywhere I go, always have all my life. Anyway, hey, what's your name? I had accidentally passed him, and I thought it'd be rude to pass him, so I backed up. I never done nobody that way,
Mm-hmm.
So I backed up, and we kind of looked at each other and grinned, and I said, what's your name? And he said, Sam, or Sam, whatever you said.
Yeah.
I didn't pay much attention to the difference there.
Okay.
again. And I said, you can call me Bibi. Because I have a rare name, and it's, on YouTube. And she said, yes, ma'am, I was on it then. They took me off. Somebody else. Right. And I said, it's a rare name, and I'd be aggravated,
And, would you be unhappy if the police came to see you about this tip? Because it's important, if you've seen him, they might want.
I called it in.
Oh, you have called it in.
Okay, she said she called it.
Oh, I'll get the people on here. And that girl, police need to know, though. Women talk to him at night.
Mom, did you want to speak to him?
Who is this?
Can she hear me?
I get very nervous.
No,
when I am close to them. What?
Would you be able to, do you know how to email?
Why are women everywhere choosing ABX, the new tummy tuck alternative?
Sorry, guys, I don't have
No,
premium.
they're not allowing me to do nothing. I am very lucky to be talking to you.
Is that your family? Right. Would you? Right. Well, I'm going to have to pass this information on to somebody, obviously, if he's been seen in Georgia, because I don't think anybody's seen him in Georgia at the minute. So
Did they check the store and their cameras or something?
They could.
But law enforcement, and they could.
They probably could if you rang law enforcement, but you'd have to speak to law enforcement.
Yeah, okay.
And you might not know.
You can hear Mandy telling her, like, you should call law enforcement. You should call law enforcement. So they're definitely doing that. So Chris wasn't listening apparently.
So to look at the
I don't know the exact date, but we usually go to the store on Saturday. And on Saturday, yeah.
But she really needs to.
Yeah,
they can narrow it down.
You could do with really calling the police. I know you don't really want to, but
how rich is her people? I mean, they might have control of the law.
Tell her to call her local law enforcement.
Yeah, you call your local law enforcement.
Okay.
And tell them. But it was lovely speaking to you. Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, let somebody answer.
Oh, well, it was very nice speaking to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, bye. Right. I was going to pass it to you for a second there, Mandy, but I've got my headphones on, so I've had to start unplugging everything. What did you make of that?
Well, I worry because she said that she doesn't have much control over her own choices right now with her family.
Yeah.
So that makes me curious what, I don't want to say it wrong, so I hope you know what I mean. But regardless, nobody has said anything about Georgia, and if somebody does have him and they're traveling, law enforcement definitely needs to know that so they can follow the trail. So she really needs to call, even if she calls her local dispatch and not TBI, her local law enforcement will contact TBI, but they're local, so they can go to the store and they can try to check the cameras before that footage is gone, because they only store it for 7 days or 30 days, or so it's
sometimes not even that long.
When was the holiday when you went? She said
Valentine's Day is February 14th.
Well, that will have been and gone. Well, no, it went missing on the 26th, I think. 26th.
I went.
Reported missing on the 26th.
Yeah, my heart started pounding when she said that. She hadn't contacted law enforcement yet. I'm like, wait.
First call. This is the first time I've ever had a call-in number. So for my very first call, that was probably not what I needed. And I can rewind afterwards, write everything down that she said, and I'll email it, and they can take a look at her. I will mention what she said, but I want them to have a look and see. Because were they travelling from Georgia for a day out there, or does she have relatives in Georgia? I think Steph has relatives in Georgia.
Yeah, they lived in Georgia.
Right, and they could just be traveling. They could have an RV themselves. There was an RV in the parking lot of the back of that picture, you know. I mean, we have no idea, but if you think you saw him, I hope she's listening.
I think she said Lavinia, Georgia. That's kind of what I wrote down. Lavinia, Georgia, at the Deals, like the Deals store.
To me right now, ma'am, I did not catch your name, but if you think you saw him, please call law enforcement. Whoever you feel comfortable calling, call them and tell them everything that you can remember.
Yeah. So important. And hopefully they'll take it seriously, because she did sound a little bit like she might, you know, a bit confused.
A little red.
Right, a little bit confused. Did you get a phone number just at times? No. Oh yeah, I have. Yeah, I have. I've got a phone number.
Oh, okay, Kathy, thank you. Lithonia, Georgia. Thank you.
You know, I mean, we can give you her number and
I was way off.
reach out to her, just to ensure that we can help in all ways that we can, you know. Or you can call. I mean, just some way to get it to him.
Yeah, because she did sound very convinced that had happened. So yeah, it's definitely worth them taking a look anyway. They might be onto some kind of leads that includes Georgia for all we know, so it's important. So yeah, I'll pass it on to you. Somebody else did try to call in before on a UK number. If
Okay.
you want to call back, you're welcome.
Wow, that was interesting though. That was interesting. So really, you know, they accurately depicted the phone call. I mean, telling him, you know, look, we tried to just listen to the caller, right? Because she said that she had information. They were prompting her, okay, or Livonia. I think that sounds good too, C. Taylor, Livonia. The way I wrote it down was like Lavinia. I don't know why. That's what it looks like on my page anyway. I'd show you guys, but my handwriting's so damn sloppy. I really thought it was Sebastian on Grandfather Mountain. Oh, yeah, Lori, you know, I thought there were some like uncanny resemblances, like the way that Sebastian's mannerisms are, you know, how we saw him kind of in other photographs. I thought perhaps somebody might have dyed his hair as well, like the caller was saying. But I when I really looked close, I didn't think it was him. But then I was like, when I heard Seth was going out to check, you know, I can't lie, I was praying that maybe it was him, you know. But to me, just when I looked really, really close. Good night, CB. Thank you for being here. I didn't think it was, but I was hoping. I was hoping, you know, because, and you do hear that with children like that have been abducted and stuff like that. Like they do, again, like changing the appearance. I think TJ was talking about the Proud Feet changing their appearance. You know, same thing with the kids, you know, just trying to, so that way if somebody spots them, they won't be able to spot them as easily, of course. And then that's another reason why they need to give good information, like on Sebastian's description. Identifiers, you know, that really bothered me too. And then I just made a new flyer because I did like a rant video on it. And then I was like, you know what, I'm just going to make a flyer and and I'm going to say that he has, you know, a couple like birthmark moles on the side and things like that, because those are little things that you can do. Obviously, like when people get older, if they have tattoos and stuff, you can be like, you know, they have a rose tattoo on their forearm, or, you know, on their arm or on the back of their shoulder, you know, or something like that. But kids, it's harder, you know, because they don't have tattoos and that they do have like birthmarks and things like that. So yeah, Yeah, that's interesting. You know, she spoke of a specific, thank you. Yeah, Crafting and True Crime says she also spoke of a specific store too. It was Deals. So like, they're kind of like, I don't know. I don't think it's like a dollar store. I've actually heard of them. I'm not as familiar. I don't think it's quite a dollar store, but it's kind of like that five and below store kind of reminds me of, where you can, or like, what's that other one they got? Big Lots or something, you know, where you can get, I just looked it up really quick. Deals, I'll say store. Oh. Oh, okay. It's not gonna probably bring it up. Deals store. I'll say Georgia. Okay, it's like an outlet store, perhaps. Let's see. This one's Facebook. Facebook deal. Oh, okay. Deals outlet. Like something like this. This one's in Georgia too, but it's like in a different part. Said Deals outlet. Yeah, that one is in Byron, Georgia. Shopping. Crazy deals. Yeah, see, it's not really pulling out. Deals outlet bin store, and that is in Byron, Georgia. Like it's one of the, yeah, it's the same one. It's the same one. It's like the ones that you like, you know, bargain bins, like a bunch of them. And then you kind of just, you know, whatever their deals they got. So that's interesting, but it didn't say Livonia and it didn't say Byron, Georgia. But maybe she wasn't sure of the town, you know, either. Which is possible. They got daily deals in Macon, Georgia. Lawrence. Oh, that's crazy deals in Lawrenceville. I'm not even seeing Black Friday deal. Marietta, Georgia, Black Friday deals. It's like that's a store. Morrow, Georgia. Norcross, Georgia. Black Friday deals, deals and deals. Atlanta. Forest Park. So maybe she wasn't sure in the exact location, or maybe I can't find it. That's another. Ringgold Gorge, Georgia, Buford, Gainesville. LaGrange. Maybe she meant LaGrange. I mean, that is, she is giving details. And then also, I don't see why, like, it sounds that maybe her family was with her. Her son was with her, because she said she was like holding some crackers, kind of like maybe asking him, like, can you buy these for me? And she's like, I was being childish. I was being silly. And, you know, all of a sudden she spots Sebastian. He spots her. Coffee time, Vic. And then they kind of conversate a little bit. There's a Dill's Food City. Oh, Dill. Oh, maybe she said Dills, not Deals. Oh, gotcha. Okay, thank you, C. Taylor. Okay. Dills. Let me go all the way back up. Sorry, I was scrolling all the way. I wanted you guys to hear all of them. Dills. Okay. Dill's Food City. There we are. Okay. Livonia. Oh, and it gives me a map. Look at there. I think I misspelled it because it gave me a suggestion up on the top. Interesting. So, I mean, that is a specific location, a specific store. And then they were prompting her, and then it sounded like after the fact they were like, "Hey, we're going to call and say, we'll track the phone call down, hand it over to law enforcement." Because Mandy was right. I mean, if they waited too long, then there may not be any more footage left over, right? Or it may be harder to get their hands on. And then also, they might need to get a warrant for that too. I'm not sure about that. Like, if the store doesn't just automatically give it, I mean, I'm sure if the police ask for it, they would. But, oh, good night, couponing. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you sleep well. I'll probably, oh, here, you know what? Let me see. I just got something, an email. And I still need to work on, and that'll probably be for Monday night. I'm so behind on stuff. Let's see. There we go. Oh, we got Crime Time Buzz. Okay. Somebody sent me Crime Time Buzz. KP breaks her silence. Yeah, KP definitely looks different now. I mean, she looks a heck of a lot different now. I'm surprised even at how different her appearance is. Sure, the store could be, but there's Amber Alert, right? Yeah, that's true. Hey, Justice Jane, good to see you. Yeah, that's true. Crafting in true crime. Yeah, so like, I mean, that's what's hard because obviously, and I would think if like Ellie went in and was like, "Hey, we're looking for a missing child," and they would be like, "Oh, okay, here's the footage." Um, I thought it was strange though because it seemed like her son was with her that day. And he was like telling her, don't call it in, don't get involved, maybe stuff like that. I did think it was really hilarious though whenever Crime Stories Obsessed was and I'm not sure what her name is, but it was cute how she was like, "So, have you been searching today? Have you been busy?" Like, that was hilarious. And then Chris is like, "Oh no, I'm just getting up for work," and it's like, okay, Chris, whatever. I'd have been like, "Well, so how did your search go, like, on your day off?" I'm just kidding. I might not have said that. I probably have been trying to be nice to him, and stuff like that. So, do they still need warrants if there's an Amber Alert? I wonder. I wonder if they do or not. I don't know. And like I said, they might even just ask some permission to give it up. But yeah, Lori. I mean, it's strange. Maybe her son is hiding from the law. Very possible. Very, 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 very possible. He could be afraid. And it could be one of those things where he just doesn't, want his mom getting involved. Or maybe he does have like a past and that's why she doesn't trust LE too. That's true. That's true. Crafting in true crime. Oh, Emma. Thank you, Emma. Thanks, guys. Thanks, you, Taylor. Yeah. Emma. Awesome. No, thank you. So I think I think that even says it up there. Yeah, I mean, I think, in my opinion, with the call in like that, like I'm trying to put myself in their shoes. If I got a call in like that, I would clip it and send it to law enforcement, most definitely. I don't think I would have pressed the lady, because she did seem like she was a little bit scared, worried. It's tough though. I think they handled it well. They had her phone number, which would have been able to be traced back, right? And they also had the information the location, things like that. So, I mean, I would think that that would have been sufficient, I think. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, Tanya says, he said he'd search if they needed him to, so nice, and that's so nice of him. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it was weird. I mean, I will say Chris was he was nice on that call at least. He didn't go off the handle, you know. Nanya, Miss Nanya, she says, he said he works nights since when? Lie, 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 lie. I know he said he was for a little while. He said he was working nights at operating a crane. The one night he was on with Smiley, he said he was working, but then when that same night he was on the phone with Terry Lynn later on in the night, he wasn't working then. He was like at home and he's, you know, getting pervy at home. So I don't know. Hey Cece, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Aw. we watched the Dog the Bounty Hunter video. I thought that one was really, again, kind of eerie. I'm just gonna cut my camera just so I can light one up for a second here. But you know, I still think it looked like a green hoodie. I don't know. I'm still very curious about the green hoodie. If anything, the interaction was weird, and it makes me wonder what was going on. Why was green hoodie lurking around the parking lot? Why did it take so long for Chris and Katie, or excuse me, for Katie and green hoodie to pass by each other? If Katie felt like there was a panhandler coming up or someone that they didn't know, how come she didn't click the button and have Sebastian get in the vehicle and wait for her? That's weird too, because like it just seems very strange that she wouldn't be like protective of him if some weird person that, or not even a weird person, just say a stranger to her, you know, and him had come up. Why wouldn't she have clicked that button and had him sitting in the vehicle waiting on her? You know what I mean? That's weird. That is very strange to me. And I don't understand what's going on with that, you know? See, Detroit Rock City, that is weird. And, you know, that's what Emma was saying too. Emma's like, oh, they don't run cranes here like that at night. And he's like, oh, they run them 24/7 here, ma'am. And I'm like, what? I don't know. I would imagine there would be some jobs that did that. I would imagine it'd be very hard to see. Although a hospital, you know, I'm sure all of us have kind of been at hospitals at night and stuff. They are really well lit for the most part. And they're always, you know, they're always running, and they have to keep the, you know, the big helicopter landing pads if they have those. A lot of them do. Going. I know he said the one crane that he was working on at night was near Vanderbilt, or at Vanderbilt, somewhere near there, because he said he keeps seeing the life flights coming in. And that's the helicopters, you know, life flight. I don't know. I just looked up and Tanya says it's all weird. I'm like, yeah, no kidding. I was thinking that kind of myself just as I saw your comment. I'm like, yes, it's all weird. It is all weird. You know, old creepy man across the street poisoned some of the oh no. Oh no. Oh, Vic. I took care of him for 6 years. Oh no. Got a couple of them left. Oh, those poor babies. There was a lady in Missouri that she did something weird. She was on the news. She did something weird where she kind of like put out like either a note or some sort of thing like in the trailer park. It was a trailer park, And she was like, I'm gonna, get all these cats and stuff. And she was putting like this is horrible, you guys. So I'm sorry. This is to me, this is like real triggering because it's like these poor little cats. She like put antifreeze out for them and like killed a bunch of them, like the stray ones. And she's like, I don't know if she put like letters in people's mailboxes, but she's like, I'm sick of these stray cats or something. And it was like, oh my gosh. And Vic, that's what it reminded me of. That's so terrible. Oh my, I can't imagine how that must have been terrible. There was a bookstore in Springfield, Missouri, that I go to on my lunch break a lot, and they had cats in there. There was like, I don't know, probably like 3 or 4 cats that I was really used to like, interacting with. But I found out that one of them passed away. And it broke my heart. So like, I can't imagine like you taking care of them and somebody doing something like that. That is extremely cruel. That is so cruel. And I just don't know who feels good about doing something like that. Oh gosh. Oh, okay. Thank you, Crafting and True Crime. She says they definitely do run cranes 24/7. It just depends on what type of job you're on. And that does make sense. Like I can see a well-lit big area like the hospital, but then again, you think hospitals are kind of quiet places at nighttime. So you wouldn't think they would be doing construction at night, but you never know. Lori says she had to make the exchange outside the car, so Sebastian would have to wait to get in the car so he wouldn't see the exchange from inside the car. Oh, that's a good point. That is such a good. I was like, why was she leaving him out there, but that makes sense. So he wouldn't see what was going on. I mean, he was watching, and that's the thing. He was watching what was going on. No doubt in my mind. Just you could just see his gaze was just fixed. C. Taylor says yes. Sebastian doesn't get in until after KP does what she does and then turns the headlights on. It's true. It's true. And you do see her getting in there, and you can kind of see her, her face a little tiny bit. Again, these videos are very hard to tell because even when you zoom in, you can only kind of see a little bit. But we know that's Katie because we obviously saw her, leaving the restaurant with Sebastian, going out the door. So in this case, we do have enough surveillance to, positively identify who we're looking at. Oh, I don't know. Oh, poor Vic. I know that. I just can't even believe people would ever think to do something like that. Like, I don't know. And Crafting and True Crime says, my ex-husband was a high tower crane operator, and he put up bridge beams in New York City, and it was always overnight. Okay, but they ran the site 24/7. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Because it's quiet, like, well, less traffic and stuff at night. So, wow. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, I know. Crafting and True Crimes is awful. I know, right, Lil Redo? Exactly. If you're mean to animals, I don't want to know you either. I mean, how terrible is that to be? Um, I mean, that is just cruel and unusual punishment, right? Oh gosh. Vic says yes, and a couple months ago I was mad because everyone knew and would not tell me. Oh no, go outside at night calling them. Oh no, Vic. Oh my gosh. What are these people thinking? I don't understand. Miss Nunya says, Green Hoodie stood in between cars, but in a blind spot for a little over 2 minutes, then went to the Texas Roadhouse to, quote, use the bathroom. That really bothers me too. Miss Nunya business. It does. And the reason is because like I was saying, we all know if we have to use the bathroom, we're like, and especially that lady wasn't like a young person, not to say whatever, but I mean, after you have kids or, and then if you gotta go, you gotta go. I mean, it's like, you're not messing around in the parking lot. You're gonna go into the establishment, whatever it is, use the bathroom, wash your hands and do whatever, and then leave. I mean, I didn't even see her coming from a vehicle. That's another thing that really bothered me, is that we don't see her vehicle really. We don't see her exit a vehicle and get out or anything like that. Um, she doesn't appear to be intoxicated, because I could see how, if somebody's intoxicated, they might be disoriented. And so they might not know exactly like where they are, something like that, like if they're heavily intoxicated or something like that. But it's not like she even stops over at the bar or anything. It is terrible. It is terrible, C. Taylor. I know, not my people either. Not my people either, Vic. Oh God, no. I mean, because animals just bring so much joy to our lives. How dare they? Really? Really? Okay, crane operators do work at night. I know. I was confused too, Detroit Rock City. I wasn't sure either. Um, you know, I wasn't sure either. But I'd imagine, like, because road construction people, they do work at night, things like that. So that makes sense. Our typical, um, framers who build houses and things like that, they never work at night, but crane operators, I guess, do. And it does make sense as long as it's like well lit and everything. Yeah, Lori, he was watching so close. I mean, he was just like, um, I don't know either. Excuse me. I don't know either. He was looking and he's like, what is this person doing so close to my mom? Or he was like, wait a minute, I kind of know that person. I don't like that person. Um, it reminded me a lot of when like he was staring at Melissa in that footage, at his birthday party. And he was looking at her, for a minute and just kind of, but that longer, I don't know. It seemed like he held that gaze for quite some time. And Crafting in True Crime says, yeah, sadly, he was actually telling the truth this time. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that Chris does say some truths. I really do. There's been a lot of things that Katie has said too that has rang true to me. Like even when she was talking about Sebastian not liking carbonation, because of course that's like a sensory thing. It's a something that you can feel, right? And so maybe those bubbles aren't, to his liking, makes him feel weird. He didn't like it. Um, Fixed on that. Crafting in True Crime says he was definitely fixed on what they were doing. Absolutely. So were the workers, the yellow jacket guy and the black hoodie, blue glove guy. We'll just call him that. Hey, Brandy and Indy, good to see you. What about the photo they showed of the lady and then comparing it to the green hoodie person? There was a couple of people that I was thinking that green hoodie person looked like. And we did kind of go over it on a live, when all this came out. Let's see if I have any pictures of this person that we were thinking. Oh, I know I do, because I think it was in my email. Just gotta look up green hoodie. Okay, so this person, and I know they're saying that this person is a man, or I mean that the green hoodie person is not a woman. But I will show you this person. And this is one of the guys, right? This is Christopher William Guy. Hold on. I don't want to show you all this person's information because you know what I mean, but let me just crop out some stuff and I shall show you. Okay. Oh, that was lovely. I did that last night too. I keep smacking myself with the mic. Kind of looked like Green Hoodie to me, you know, in some of the pictures. And then another curious thing about this person. I know they said it's a woman though. I'm listening to law enforcement. I'm listening. But this is the vehicle attached to that person. And then let me show you this. Bear with me here, because I cropped a lot of it out. Oh. There's a kind of a white vehicle over here that you can see if you're looking above the timestamp, kind of where Sebastian is walking right now. But let me see. I have the uncropped version. And I don't know what kind of car exactly or vehicle that they said that they had near Sebastian's house. I guess that is probably the best picture I can show you guys of a white car. But that is one of the ones that the guy showed you drives. And it kind of looks boxier, you know. I don't know if that was kind of the one that was spotted over in the neighborhood or not, but you know, anything's possible. Hey Jude, good to see you. Hey Jude. Detroit Roxy. Yes, the whole thing is so suspicious. He knew who the lady was. He waved back at her. And two, he was like they were going to that other car. And you know, I'm going to tell you guys something funny about me. Is I've gone to the wrong car before. Okay. So I have done this. It's like, you know, I'm not paying attention. I was in the Walmart time warp and I come out, I'm like, I don't know where I'm parked. I go to this wrong car. I'm like trying to put my key in there. Nope, not the right car. True story. It's happened to me. But it was weird. Aw, Jack, I love Jack. He's so cute. You know, I don't know. The whole deal is weird. It's weird. Miss None Your Business says, no, she came from across the parking lot from the grass area. Oh, okay, that's right. I seen a whole video showing where she came from and then where she went after she came back out and crossed the parking lot back over the grass. So that grassy area, I know where you're talking about. Let me see if I can. Let me just pull this again. See, because I cropped all these deals out, but like across there, like right across those cars. I remember that too. Like right where, like if you go over past those where the cars were, like where they were parked right there, there's like a grassy area. And then there's more like shopping and everything. Let me see if I can pull up. Let's see. Hendersonville. Texas Roadhouse. Okay, here we are, 309. Let's do maps. Oh, join a wait list? No thanks. Okay. I still don't know why Katie didn't order a steak. Sorry, just looking at the menu here. It looks pretty darn good. Okay. Here's kind of an aerial view of the Roadhouse. I'm going to see. Castle Dental and Orthodontics. New York Pie. There we go. You can kind of see like that little grassy area that they would have cut through. And then on the other side is another restaurant, an orthodontist. I mean, you're an orthodontist on a Sunday night. Good luck. So that's bizarro. And then you got Indian Lake Boulevard, which is that busy road that kind of goes out. Let's see if I could scroll out a little bit here. So just to put it in perspective, you got the Indian Lake Boulevard right over to the side. So, I mean, yeah, they said Green Hoodie was a woman. Yeah, they said Green Hoodie was a woman. And in different photos, it looks they look like different people. It's really weird. That's why we're calling the Green Hoodie Shim, because we weren't sure, is it a she, is it a he, is it, but then law enforcement came out and said it is a woman. Yep. Yeah, dog said Green Hoodie was a woman too. Yeah. Yeah, it's weird, it's weird, Star. I don't know. Yeah, that was one of the that was Christopher William Guy. And then that was the vehicle that he drove. And he's also has a record, because that was, a picture of him. And he is an offender, an SO. 5/24/18. Child assault material. Child SA material. I hate when they call it pornography, because it's not. It's abuse. It's assault. Here, I'll do this because this won't give his address out. Hold on. I can't believe I'm protecting a chomo right now, but you know, what do you do? I can't believe this person walks the streets. Really? I mean, you guys probably know how I feel about that if you've been following me long enough. I think they should never let these predators out. Ever, 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 ever. Okay. So, there's that. Because those people don't change, you know. Those people don't change. They just get out and, you know, assault again, assault again. Crafting in True Crime says, I say person because I don't have a ton of trust in at night, so I can't make it out if it's a female or a male. Since LE was too quick to shut it down, I don't know if I believe them either. It's very hard to believe, right? I agree with that. I really do. I'm not trying to, you know, discredit anybody. I just feel like I have a little bit of that in the back of my mind too, maybe a little bit more than a little bit, honestly, because they cleared them too quick. I think so. Hey, momming it up. Good to see you. And Miss Nanya made it. It was a mom crew hindsight. Brandy and Indy says, well, we assumed person was male, in my opinion, because when we zoomed in, it said person was thought to have had white whiskers on the chin. And then the next day it was said green hoodie was a female. I know. See, that's why we're like the shim. And is it a he or she? You know, and that's not, you know, disparaging anybody, you know, because we were trying to kind of get an identification on the person, you know. So, who is this person? And that's what we were all wondering. And I did too. I thought it was a male at first, and then I was like, okay, maybe it's a female. Because some of the pictures looked pretty convincing on both ends, you know? Yeah, Crafting in True Crime. I heard it was a darker sedan, but like this one's a sedan. And I don't know. I mean, like, this is just kind of research that we had been doing back when green hoodie was a thing, right? So we were all doing research, and this was our you know, from our efforts, right? It was just kind of like, okay, that's what that SO guy drives. So you know, but I'm not exactly 100% either. Let's see. Here's a good one of the green hoodie shim. And now, you know, I mean, obviously, keep in mind this person, whoopsie daisy. This person is that person, you know, in 2018. But like, even the hair looks a lot like, you know, kind of like that big hair on top, not a whole lot on the sides. But let me show you guys this one again. Whoopsie daisy. And I mean, it's just something to consider, something to kind of think about, look at. Sorry about that glare. But you know, when I look here, I mean, you can kind of really not tell just by what the person is wearing, female or not, but it's just kind of hard to tell, in my opinion, too. I'm going by the presence of the breastises. The breastises. I know I'm not gonna lie, I was looking and I was trying to see one if I could see an Adam's apple because that's a dead ass giveaway. But then the other thing I was like, are those boobs? I'm not gonna lie, Star. I was like, sorry guys, I kind of had to like zoom in a little bit. Yeah, I was like, those look like boobies. So just interesting little tidbits. But then you do see his whiskers, like this one. Okay, I'm sorry. Now look at this one. Like that close-up view, that looks like a man. Okay, and then this is the close-up of that guy. I'm probably annoying you guys with this. You guys are like, what the heck is she showing us? But look at his face, like look at his chin. Look at that chin. Got a little bit, it looks like fuzz. I'm not saying that women can't grow a beard, okay? Don't come for me. But that looks like a goat to me, like a goatee, you know? That looks like the right amount of facial hair that I would go for. Not the full nasty long old beard that but hey, if that's what does it, that's what does it. But yeah, it looks like that guy that like shaved his goat down. In my opinion. Maybe I could do it like this. Oh, it's not gonna let me scroll over, but oh, sorry, scrolling the wrong way then. Camera 1, camera 2, camera 1, camera 2. I don't know. I'm just being silly, but look, I mean, it does look like a. So maybe that's the whiskers that they were talking about. I'm just saying. But then this one looks like more of a female to me. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I cannot really make it out. And I mean, this is a lot clearer than some of the pictures we've been working with, right, lately. This is clear footage. I don't know. It's just killing us, isn't it? Oh. Star. It is. This is a good example of witness testimony. This is a good example of here. Let's put our Edgar Allan Poe up for a second. Let's see. Where's Poe? This is a good example of believe only half of what you see and nothing that you hear. Oh, goodness sakes. Ooh, Juicy Tulip says, oh, hey, Trishy, good to see you, hon. C. Taylor says, a couple of months ago, a woman tried opening my car door, and when she saw me, she thought I was trying to steal her car. Oh, no. Our cars were identical, and we were parked next to each other, and we both got a good laugh. That's what happened to me. Like, it wasn't like a totally different car. That's so funny. Yeah, it was like, in the same vicinity. It wasn't right next to, so I wasn't that good. But I was like, I was so embarrassed. I'm like, I'm sorry. And I think I did scare the person at first, like, what are you doing at my car? Like trying to open it. But they realized because I was like trying to use my key. I was so embarrassed. But yeah, I was, because I used to drive like a black Envoy. And so it was like pretty common, I guess, commonplace. Um, that's so funny, C. Taylor. I'm glad I'm not the only one that has done that. If I go into the Walmart time warp, I'm telling you, I might as well forget about it. And Momming It Up, thank you so much. Thank you. Aw, that is so sweet of you. Thank you so much for your super chat, and um, thank you for your kind words too. Aw, that was so sweet. Yeah, last name is Guy, and the first name is either Christopher or William. I can't tell. Maybe it is William. Uh, hey Jude. Yeah, Guy, William, Christopher. And I might have said Christopher before William, but it looks like it is Guy, comma, William, Christopher. So middle name. And he's like in trouble for what he was, and he's smiling in his mugshot. Like, what is wrong with them that they do that when they're in trouble? They think it's funny. Miss Nunya Business says, lady, have you seen KP's mother, tier 3? Yes. She looks like the green hoodie too, though. Yeah, Miss Nunya, she does. She does. Let me pull her up. Let me pull Frances in. Because Frances, look, I mean, I'm, and I'm not trying to be mean to her or nothing. I'm just saying she looks like green hoodie. Possible, sorry, more like. In my opinion, she does. Aw. Let's see, where is she at? Oh, here's the dad. Here's the... Oh, jeez Louise, these people. They just kind of... It's just really sick and sad. All right, let's take Poe down. That's Old Boy, and I'm sure you guys have seen Old Boy up there before. Let's see if we can find her. Or somewhere around in here. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Momming It Up. Momming It Up says, I appreciate your honesty. You can tell you care, and you put a lot of effort into this for Sebastian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That is so sweet of you. You did not have to do that. Thank you. Thank you. You're going to make me cry over here. Oh, yeah, that would be a great idea. Hey, Jude, that would be a great idea. Momming It Up, you're welcome to come up on panel for sure. Email me, definitely email me. Thank you. Hey Jude, thank you. Yeah, and I went over, I watched Momming It Up the one night, and you had a great panel that night. I really enjoyed it in your chat. Everybody was so sweet. Just a good group of people, I could just tell. Let's see. Where did I have I know I have Frances in here somewhere. Oh, Sharon, I appreciate that. Let's see. Sorry, guys. Let's see. I know it's going to be in here somewhere. Oh, no, it was older. Change.org. Oh, and I meant to tell you all, I went over and linked up all of the petitions for Crystal too. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Hey, Jude. All of the petitions for Crystal as well over, and we're going to go over them. I just want to put them into a video so we can upload them, but I'm going to do that for Monday. Okay, I'm just waiting on this to pull in. No, I'm not a robot. I am not a bot. Ugh. Yikes. Yes, that's what I know. I mean, yes. Hey, Jude, this dude. And see, it says under aliases, like, that he goes by both, it looks like. Isn't that terrible? And you're in trouble for that, and you're sitting there with a grin on your face, like a real creep nugget. You know? I mean, just a little creep nugget. Ugh. Yeah, and the other vehicle I showed you guys was the 2005 white Chrysler 300 sedan 4-door. I mean, says the tag number here and all of that jazz. Oh, there's a couple of different ones. Thank you, Hey Jude. Okay, so under criminal history, we have June 23rd, 2023. Looks like a violation. And then 2/28/2019, another violation, and they pled to a lesser charge. We cannot have this. We cannot have this. I mean, how awful. I don't know. I just don't even know. This person has tattoos on their arm, the left tattoo arm, right tattoo on the abdomen tattoo, and then on the shoulder and on the right. Ugh. Portland PD. I mean, just absolutely maddening to see this. Oh, he works at a super creepy Flying J in Franklin, Kentucky. Oh, okay. Just noticed that. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Yeah, and see, here's the thing. When we deal with all these, like, really sketchy, creepy kind of characters, you know, I mean, I don't like to call people that kind of stuff, but in this case, it fits. And sorry about that, guys. And I just don't understand. Yeah, just merely speculation. Absolutely, absolutely. It's hard to tell who the person is. You know, we don't really know who it is. Crafting and True Crime says, Miss Nunya, do you think KP's mom looks like any of the photos of these people we see tonight? Yeah, the mug shot. Yeah. Seasoned criminals know exactly what to say and not to say to cops of all of them, in my opinion. I'm not convinced Green Hoodie has been cleared. Could be Ellie's strategy. I don't know. Yeah, I know it's very difficult. Yeah, and that's why I think it's worth kind of speculating on, just a bit. I don't want to, dwell on it a bunch, but we did talk about it before. Just because it was coming out, it looks to me, and maybe you guys can tell me what you think too, but it really seems to me that that's what Dog was wanting us to look. It doesn't say okay, I see what you mean, Vic. I'm not sure about the mom. Oh, okay. Brandy and Indy says Seth and Yeda have both said it's not KP's mom. Yeah, they have. That's true. That is very true. That is very true. Oh, awesome, Mountain Mama. That's great. Oh, thank you, Meow. Thank you so much, Brandy and Indio Girl. I'm sorry my head is spinning and my phone did an update, restarted. I'm trying to look for that other one too. You girls would be great together. Aw, thank you, Trishy. You're critical thinkers and always hard workers, genuinely care. Aw, that's so sweet. Thanks, Trishy. Hey, Meow. Brandon India heard that too, but it's that dude is, yeah, I've always just had a weird feeling about that guy, but it could just be from like, you know, what he's done too. Like I can't discount that part. Um, looks like the guy and the mother. I know, it's so weird. The one with the facial like chin hair was really that's what really got me. It was kind of like then I was like, wait, what? Okay, now it's like your eyes are tricking you almost. Like the one, like Star said, it looks like, you know, the lady has boobs. And I couldn't see an Adam's apple, and that's the dead ringer, right? Because women, we don't have that, but the men do. So I was really looking for that. Um, guys, I need to be better about checking these emails. I'm so sorry. Now I'm looking back. What was the day? What was the day? Worshams. Mm. Mm. God, Chris sometimes his pictures. Okay, I know I had a picture of Miss Mama, Kitty's mom. Hmm. I just could have sworn I had a picture in here someplace. Dang. My bad. Let's see here. Yes, thank you. Hey Jude, remember this is speculation and theory only. Don't reach out to contact anyone ever under any circumstances. Yeah, of course, guys, because you know, and nobody's guilty. Everybody's innocent, you know, until proven guilty. Thank you for Hey Jude for saying that too. Hey Steph, thank you for being here. Um, did you say the last name is the same as CP? Yeah. Yes, ma'am, Trishy. I know. Weird, huh? It's all bizarre. And you know, again, common names, you know, a lot of people have common names here, especially like for instance, like Payne is a common name. I've heard Payne for a lot of people have had that last name. Um and so that's what's difficult here too, is we can kind of look and then also just, you know, like the pictures. It's very different. It's very difficult to tell different people and kind of how how they look. Um, but yeah, I also thought that her mom kind of resembled um, the green hoodie. Let's see. Okay. And sorry, I was just double checking real quick. I know I didn't delete it. But, you know, it's all just pretty strange. I think the lady that they were showing on Crime Stories Obsessed also looked a heck of a lot. Thank you guys for the green hearts. A heck of a lot like the picture of FR, Katie's mom. In Crafting and True Crime says, not that I doubt Yada and Seth by any means, but neither of them have seen KP's mom since when? Since at least 2015 or no. I'm not sure about Yada. Definitely Seth hasn't seen her in a long time, you know, from my understanding. But Yada has, I believe, because I know that she does very much care for and is kind of close with, hey Chazdy, is, you know, close, really close with Suzanne. You know, she said that she's really doing this for her more than anybody. Well, and Seth, that's what she said on the Bullhorn Betty show too. So, yeah, and yep, allegedly Brandy and Indy. Yes, that's what I heard too. They said that Sebastian's not there according to them, so that's a good. I mean, at least they have that peace of mind. Oh, I do too. I enjoy it too. Crafting and True Crime. She says I enjoy speculating with all these brilliant minds. I do too. I think you guys are super smart and like just all the things that you guys say. We never have things that are really kind of like too off the wall. You know what I mean? It's always kind of interesting to kind of speculate, but sometimes like if we go way too far out of theory, you know, it could be a little bit crazy, you know. But I think that we have a great group of people that are really interested in kind of fact finding more than trying to kind of make things up as we go. Hey Deanna, good to see you. And Crafting and True Crime says, oh yeah, Seth probably way before 2015 now that I'm thinking about it, unless he saw her when they went on the field trip there. Yeah, exactly. And I know, like, I agree, because I know he was saying something like that all happened between, well, Grandpa Don passing away was around 2015. And then, of course, so the last time they probably were all in Virginia together would have been like around the time she was, you know, when she was married, when they married. I'm assuming. And Mountain Mama says, wouldn't KP's mom have to wear an ankle bracelet? I'm sure that LE has her monitored in some way. I would hope so. I mean, Mountain Mama, that's a really good point. I would really hope so. You know, if they're gonna do it, because I've heard they could do that for like alcohol offenses, like they're doing that now, or like whatever it is can tell if you've been drinking or whatever, and it'll like tell on you. So if they would do that for that, something that's illegal or that is legal to do, why wouldn't they do that for people who are hurting kids and putting the assault material online, like, and doing that, selling that, or however they do, sharing it, whatever. Gross, gosh. Brandy and Indy says, I think Yada lives away from them, but not sure. They all live in a plot of land with different houses. Yeah, is how I understand it, but not Yada. That's my understanding as well. I don't think Yada is a part of the kind of little, I guess it would be like a little community kind of thing, or like, you know, because I've heard of families doing that. Like, say they have a big plot of land, and then they have like acre. Somebody might have like 3 acres, and another person might have like another 3 or 5, or however it's divided up. Um, which is that would be nice. I think if you're a close knit family, that'd work. And Vic says, what I was thinking. That too, Mountain Mama, 99 years is some serious. It's, yeah, like tier 3, level 3. You think like, oh my gosh. And honestly, I just really I just feel if they're going to do it once, they're going to keep doing it. It's not like, like they're sick in the head. They're never going to be cured from that. They don't just, there's nothing that they can do. Even like I've seen research on physical and chemical, disabling of that kind of stuff. And they still have the urges, and some of them are very forthcoming. And I think a lot of times, I mean, it is sad for them in a way. I get, I'm not trying to be too hateful towards it. But I hate it. I think it's awful. I think they should never be around kids ever, ever. But some of them that were truthful in this research, it seemed like they definitely knew it was wrong, right? They know it's wrong, but they couldn't help it in a way. It was weird. But there was research where they were like chemically and physically, I hope I can say it, but castrated, and still it didn't matter. They still wanted to go out and do all that awful, awful stuff. And ruin the kids' lives and hurt them forever, I think Seth and Katie were married for, I'm not sure. I'm guessing it was something around like 8 or 9 years. I'm guessing without knowing for sure. Detroit Rock City says it seems like an older person by their movement, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, it did. Yeah, you're right. It did seem like a little bit of an older person, and like definitely more weight than the guy had on him, I think. Just like bulkier, or but possibly because that picture was from 2018, so like 6 years later. Possibly. I'm just curious now, because that's kind of what Dog is. It seemed like Dog wanted us to focus on that. You know what I mean? Like this footage is the same stuff that that they have put out. But it seems like he's focusing in on that, and the interaction. So I was like, okay, so Crafting and True Crime says, yep, that's what she heard too. Brandy and Indy, not all people on probation wear ankle monitors. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that home detection. Most people on probation have to check in monthly, and she would have to register her accurate address, in my opinion. Yeah, that makes sense to me too. And I wonder, and I'm sure if something happens, like they go in and check. Like a lot of times they do that, right? They'll, like, if something happens in the neighborhood, because there was quite a few SOs around Sebastian's house in general. So yeah, green hoodie. Yeah, Deanna, it's just, the whole thing was weird. It was like all of a sudden we see the Texas Roadhouse footage, green hoodie explodes, this person that's like hanging around the parking lot, then all of a sudden goes in the bathroom. Can't really tell where they're coming from, where they're parked. I mean, you can tell where they're coming from. They do as I forget who said it earlier in the chat, so I apologize. But as people were saying earlier, it was like you saw them come from like the same vicinity, right? You saw them come in the same way, and then when they came out of the roadhouse, they went back to the same area generally. But we never saw like a vehicle that we could identify or anything. Well, also the camera footage wouldn't know, the view wasn't that far. It is the worst kind of offender. Yes. Yeah. That, Brandy and Indy, that is kind of how I think it, just the research, the documentary I was watching on it, that's kind of how it was kind of portrayed, like almost like it was, like an illness, like a addiction, but like just one of the sickest, hurt one to hurt others, sick in the damn head. Thank you, Lori. Absolutely. And I don't want to say it like, because I don't think they should ever let it, if they ever are caught and see, and that was another interesting statistic in that I remember. They were interviewing different SOs, right? And they were saying, they said, how many times had you offended before you got caught? And like the statistic was something like 30 times or like 20 or 30. I can't remember exactly the statistic, but it was like, I mean, they had gotten away with it forever before they got caught. Like it was most of them, again, like you guys were saying earlier, they're good at that. The criminals, they know what they're doing, and they got away with it many, many, many times before they were caught. And so they hurt so many people already, that I just can't even see them just letting them out, or even being like, oh, okay, well, you can plead to a lesser charge or whatever. But of course, if they get a lawyer, that's going to be on the table for them, right? Just sad. And Crafting a True Crime says, I saw a documentary about that too, and they said they didn't want to hurt the kids, but in their mind they just couldn't stop. Yeah, like even after all of like everything, I mean, they had been punished like to the max, really, and didn't even have like the equipment to do it, but they still, I know. So I bet you we probably watched the same one, Crafting in True Crime, and I can't remember what it was called. You know who had them on the first time? The first time I'd ever seen the Chesters on was on Oprah. Like she had those guys on there, and there was like 5 of them, and they were like being interviewed by her, and I don't remember, I think they weren't showing like who they were, but Oprah was like asking them like questions and stuff, and it was really good. I remember she did that first, or that's the first time I had ever seen anybody interview anybody like that before. I never did. So and Brandy and Indy said, I mean, it's wrong, but you can't stop without treatment, no cure. And yeah, I also hate it. Yeah, and I just hate to be like, oh, well, nobody can change, because why would you excuse me, why would you want to change if there was no way of redemption, right? So why would people change if people would be like, oh, well, that person's not going to change anyway? So I'm hesitant to do that. But after seeing that documentary, it really made me think, and I'm just like, every time I see somebody like that, I'm like, ew, they won't change, so it's, and highest recidivism rate of any class of criminals. Thank you. Hey, Jude. That's exactly right. Well said. That's exactly it, and I hate to say it, but I don't ever see. And it's just, why take a chance? It's like, and I feel like that about people who do, who red rum. I feel like that too. I feel like if they are going to take someone's life, right, then they're probably, they might do it again. They really could. you know, just kind of like our Gypsy Rose, you know, we were talking about her the other day. We're like, yeah, she probably, you know, should have gotten more time and everything. And I think that was one of the, I mean, talk about a case where the media misled the public. That if there was ever a case where we were completely misled about something, or a news story about a true crime story, I think Gypsy's case should go down in history for that, you know, because it wasn't until after she got out of prison that we found out who she was exactly, like what really, you know, really happened. And we still really don't know that. And Crafting in True Crime says it seems so unproductive, though, to take everyone's focus back to something that Ellie claims is nothing to see here. You know, that's true. That is a good point. I agree with that, actually. And I was thinking about that when I looked at the footage, and I was kind of editing it, and I was really, you know, kind of trying to examine it real closely, because I'm like, what do they want us to see? And then with the pointing, the pointer, it really looked like he wanted us to focus on the green hoodie again, which is, it is so strange. Again, we have, you know, we have law enforcement saying, no, we already checked this person out. And then we have dogs saying, okay, well, look, but look again. And then we have WSMV4 coming out and saying that Steve Fisher might have cracked the case open. And then the TBI comes out and is like, no, we already had this footage and we debunked it long ago. And then we have Nick Barris coming out like, hey, I'm working on a new story and I'm going to tell you the real info, you know, the real lowdown on what's going on. So it is so confusing. Like, I mean, I don't know. It's very confusing. Yeah, and Crafting in True Crime says, so that's why I'm confused why this video is back. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I can totally see that. And then the fact of it being so slowed down, that was another part that I wanted to keep on letting you guys know, which I'm glad there wasn't a whole lot of noise in the background, because so I could kind of talk while we're showing it, or while I was showing it, because it's just one of those things where if you're watching it, it looks like Sebastian's waiting at the car for a minute, you know, give or take. But really it's over like the course of like maybe 8 to 10 seconds, you know, if that. And Brandy and Indy says, is dog wanting us to zoom in on a person in the car next to Katie's SUV? There's a green arrow pointing at that area when I watched Dog's video today, in my opinion. Yeah. Let me show it real quick again. I'll show you guys, because this one's, yeah, here we go. So here's the one at the end. It is very confusing. It is. It is. It is, Vic. You're right. You are so right. You are so right. There's got to be something evil going on in that situation. Just no doubt in my mind. You know, it does kind of look that way now that I'm looking at the arrow, like from when you say that. Because, yeah, what are we looking at? The top towards the right-hand side, right, is the arrow. Is it the car next? That's true. I don't think it hurts to go back over things, because you never know. Yeah, absolutely, Mountain Mama, you're right. You never know when we miss something. And I feel like that too. That's why I don't mind going over the interviews and stuff again, or, you know, a phone call that Chris might have made to the Crime Stories Obsessed, things like that, because it, you know, there's always something that we could have missed. Vic's like, why would dog show this again? I know it's, well, I don't know. I'm struggling to figure it out myself. Donna says it's pointing at the green hoodie coming into view and waiting there. Okay, that's what I was thinking too. That's what I was thinking too. Yep, because here's Katie. See if you look at your top right hand of Katie, and then I zoomed in. I zoomed in more. I took out that other stuff and I zoomed right in. So this is different than what Dog put out. I zoomed it in. And you see Katie in her hand. You see her hand there. Now Sebastian's coming around the side and and now Green Hoodie's in view too. And he's watching like a hawk. My goodness. Hello, Miss Sharon. The arrow is pointing to what someone thought was a person in the back seat of the car next to Katie's car. See, and see this part I could totally see why they slowed down, because you could really see more than two. Vic says, I don't see nothing new. I got no clue. I think it is the green hoodie. I think they want us to focus in on green hoodie, but I could be wrong. Hey, little Miss Sharon. It's just so... It's hard to tell because the camera angle cuts too. So it's like if we had just maybe like a couple more inches up there too, that would be helpful. Also strange. I agree, Lori. I do. I agree. Donna, great minds think alike. Mountain Mama says, I agree and I worry about that baby. Have you seen the latest on Gypsy? She has been going on out needing some me time. Oh no, really? Already? She just had that baby. Mountain Mama. Oh, good Lord. Hopefully she will get tired of playing mommy and give her up. I mean, gee whiz, she did that with that little dog. Ryan's got that little dog, thank God he's got her. You don't do me time like that when you have a little baby like that. You just don't do that kind of stuff. There goes Green Hoodie. Yeah, little Miss Sharon. See, and that's what I was wondering too. I saw the shiny thing she passed off too. It looked like something shiny or possibly white. Just my perception. Starflower says, I didn't leave my newborn for months and months. Neither did I. Well, and I, you know, not to give too much information, but I breastfed too. So I wasn't, I mean, there's no such thing when you're a human refrigerator. Oh, man. I don't know. And then you see Katie up there again. She's trying to get in the car. Like, you can still see. Oh, it's just hard. But yeah, it's strange that Gypsy would be already ready for that. Now, hopefully Ken is taking care of baby, and then Sebastian at manhunts.1, and there's Sebastian. Vic says, I never even left any of my kids with any babysitter. I know, me neither. Me neither. I had to when my daughter was like 9. There was a neighbor. And then I was telling you guys, we kind of had a deal where my neighbor would take the kids to school, and then I would pick them up and I'd keep them until she got off of work, because she didn't get off until like 5 o'clock. And we just lived right across the street from each other. So then whenever she'd come home, she'd call, and say, can the kids, send the kids home, or she'd come knock or whatever, so it was kind of more of like a mom and a mom helping each other out, so maybe kids pass their key to the house. An extra phone with his picture. Brandy, that's possible. Me too, Starflower, says Vic. See, Deanna thinks rugs too. A lot of people think that. So those are the real popular opinions, like possible rug deal, right? We got a key, a phone with pictures. I mean, it's kind of a conspiracy-ish, the little tinfoil hat type, but, possibly like personal documents. Rugs is what Lori thought at first. Yeah, I mean, but at 9, they can tell you if something goes wrong. Yes, Starflower, exactly. That's right. Babies are just, oh my gosh, and they're just so little and helpless. They need everything. They need everything, and they need their mom. For sure, for sure. And their dad. They need their dads too. Brandy and Indy. And it's just, there's so many possibilities of kind of what could have happened. It just reminded me of like, I don't know, passing a note in the hallway, when you're in high school and you're like trying to get a note to your friend, or your boyfriend, you pass them a note. You probably shouldn't be doing it. So you just kind of like pass it over. A handoff kind of a thing. A lot of people think there was a handoff of some sort, and looks like maybe rugs, a key. I was thinking a key at first when I very first saw it too. Vic says something for Sebastian, in her opinion. Yeah. And I mean, really, it could have been all of them. And Starflower says, Mama says, Starflower, I agree. Mine are grown and I still am all up in their business. I appreciate that. Oh, goodness, that's funny. Oh, written door code. Miss None Your Business. That's a really good one. That's a good one. Written door code. Yeah. I mean, it could have, yeah, because they did have, she said there wasn't a code, there was a clicker on the garage. Everything else was a key except for the front door has a keypad that had the, yeah. Could have been, could have been. Oh no, Star, I'm glad you're back. Is sus, whichever the way you look at it. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. There's something that they want us to focus on. Yeah. And it's definitely, and obviously, and I don't expect everybody to agree on, things, but, this new quote unquote, because I mean, obviously TBI had it, but this new stuff that SF is kind of bringing out to the new WSMV4, maybe this is Dog's answer back to that. And then he's like, no, I think we should be focused on this. It is a possibility because SF keeps kind of bringing this stuff out, and an envelope of money. Could have been money. That's right. Someone said money earlier. Thank you, crafting it. And it might have been you too. And I remember hearing money earlier. So that's another thing too. Vic rugs. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, once a mama, always a mama. That's true. And you kind of want to mother other kids too, even if they don't realize it or something. You look out for the other little kids. I know, like here in the neighborhood, there's kids that ride their bikes all around and stuff like that. And I mean, if there was a weird car over by them or somebody, if I saw their little face look kind of like scared or something, I would go over there in a heartbeat and be like, are you okay? You need something? You need some help? Are you thirsty? Something like that, and get them a juice box, bring it out to them or something, something like that, and some people just don't want to get involved. I understand that too. But when it's kids and stuff, and our neighborhood is like a smaller, like kind of little community thing. So, I mean, it's a little bit different. But Brandy and Indy says if he was rugged and fell and allegedly hit his head, KK could call EMS due to toxicology. Yeah, couldn't call them due to the toxicology. That's true. That is true. I'm aligning this theory with the audio as well, in my opinion. Yeah, I hear that, Brandy. I see what you're saying. Yeah. Starflower, the thud. Yeah, Brandy, the thud. Starflower says Risperidol was plenty strong to accomplish him passing out. He took that at bedtime. That was the one thing. Yeah, that was questionable in my opinion, because any type of well, any type of those sleep aids, not the over the counter. Like, I know a lot of parents, because even my daughter, when she was like 16, about that age, sometimes she would take melatonin, if she couldn't get to sleep or something like that. But it wasn't like a big amount or anything, and it wasn't all the time. It was just kind of like, as needed or whatever. But the ones that are prescribed, they will put you on your booty. You know what I mean? And it doesn't take a lot to like of extra, so even if there was to be like a double dose given, something that might not have been noticeable to say LE, if they say they found his say they asked for his medications and they look and say it was a 30-day script, and this is just hypothetical, but say it was a 30-day script and they looked and there was 25 pills in there and there should have been 6. Something like that isn't going to be a big noticeable thing. You could even say, oh, one of them dropped on the floor or dropped in the sink, or you could just say something like that and explain that away. But those medications are very strong, and so I think Little Red Little Red's like, I dozed off. That's something that very well could have been like even a double dose would have probably done him in. And he's very we also have to consider that medication, well, any medications are always going to be, the dosage would be by your height and your weight, really, so that's just something else to consider. And with Sebastian, being on the smaller side, it wouldn't take a lot, for his self. Yeah. Mountain Mama says, yes, I did too, and I loved every minute of it. Plus, I knew where mine were and all that and where all, and they were all, and she, sorry. Well, I can't read. It's getting late. But yeah, that's the thing too. I mean, I enjoyed that too. Just even having the kids over and stuff, like even after school and stuff, I was like always happy to make them their snacks, and you know, they'd play. I mean, sometimes they didn't always get along, they'd be fighting and stuff, and I'd have to be like, okay, this one's in trouble over here, and you guys, but nothing big, you just gotta, moms kind of know how to handle the kids, Oh, yeah, that's a good point, Starflower. So I've wondered if they were looking in the landfill for medicine bottles. Yeah, very true. Very true. Yeah, and I mean, I wonder if I don't know that they would go that far, or if that would be something that would be part of their investigation, but like asking the doctors, how long ago was this medication prescribed, and you know when was the change, because we know there was a recent change. I don't know who stated that to LE or not. And Crafting and True Crime says, oh, I don't know why, but just thought of something. What if there was they were thinner because they were taking someone's meds, and now he's not there, so no more meds, weight gain will happen. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, especially with, like, the ADHD meds and stuff. Yeah, I can see that. Crafting and true crime. Yeah, definitely. That's a good point. Hey, Jude. Mhm. Hey, Jude sounds like my husband says. It's a thought that the best cover stories have some truth in them. Y I mean, really, that is that is, all good lies have a little bit of the truth, right? Because otherwise it wouldn't, make sense, but if there's a little bit of truth in there, then people are like, "Oh, okay, well, they're telling the truth about this," so, because once somebody does catch you lying, then they kind of, then that's when you're discredited. Yeah, that's a very true, statement, Star. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, I've taken, sleeping aids and stuff, like prescribed ones, and there's no way. I mean, you take them, and then all of a sudden, the next thing you know, you're like snoozing. I mean, they're meant to work quickly. They're not meant to be like a time release kind of a thing. It's more of like, you take it within 30 or 40 minutes, you're feeling like you're ready to go lie down and get to bed, you kind of. And then also, again, going back to that, it's very bizarre that there's no kind of nightly routine, especially when there's medications like that involved. So, in my opinion, and why would you let your son stay up a little bit later on a school night, especially when he has that, again, that routine um established, where it's like, okay, you're have to be at school, you have to be up, you know, and for school in the morning, and you have to, so did Katie give him his medication at 8 o'clock instead of 7 o'clock? Because if his bedtime was at 8 o'clock, typically, then you would think medication would be around 7. And then you would wind down, right? You would take your medication, you might go brush your teeth, you might take a shower, stuff like that. Or was it something where she didn't want to give him the medication, you know, bef- before he showered? So he would go shower, and then he would take his medication, then he might brush his teeth. Um, maybe he might not brush his teeth right away. Maybe he would have, a snack or something like that, like kind of, dessert or bedtime kind of little snack. Um, what was that? But we've never heard that. We've never heard anything, especially, and it just doesn't sit well with me, because of his autism diagnosis, because you would think there would be a specific schedule, but we don't see that. We really don't. Ooh, Little Red, that sounds very cozy. Ah, thank you. Hey, Jude. Starflower, me too. Aw. Woke up one day, went to the bathroom sleeping in the tub. Kid was, what are you doing? I'm scared of the cat. Okay. Vic. Aw. Oh, for sure. They can get a pharmacy and doctors out. I would think they should. I mean, just asking them wouldn't hurt anything, right? Um, oh no, you're discombobulated, Star. And Starflower says, Risperidol is an antipsychotic medication, and it's very strong. You take it 30 minutes later and you're out. Woo. Wow. 30 minutes. Yeah. See, so really, that would have been the last thing that he probably would have taken, just kind of, like Chris Proudfoot says, if we use our common sense, that would, if that's how it works, that's the last thing you do, right? So you shower, take your, get your snack, bedtime story, whatever it is that kind of winds you down. I know Katie said that she would have him go lie down and fidget. Um, yeah. Yeah, because there wouldn't be many activities after that, right? Because it's so strong, it just knock you out. Aw. And see, and that's the thing too. Another thing that I really respected about Seth always was that he didn't really like to use the medications as a method of, um, dealing with Sebastian's issues. He said he would give him like a chamomile tea, something to calm him down, something to help him wind down that was more natural. Um, I mean, it almost seems like Chris and Katie just wanted him out for the count, you know? Like he wouldn't be getting up after that, Ugh. And Scranton Strangler says, Hugh, the thing about hospital work, you're having a nice quiet night and then bam. Oh, tantrums. Aw, I hope you're having a good night, Scranton Strangler. I'm glad that you're... Oh, trauma, thank you. She says, bam, trauma. My daughter works at a hospital and she works overnight, so yeah, she tells me about that kind of stuff all the time. And I texted her the other day and yesterday actually, because I told you guys, I told her I missed her because I saw some little teeny boppers around, and she's like, I was like, how are you? And she's like, I'm just so tired, she work and school and just tired. She was like, I'm ready to fall out. And Brandy and Indy says, I'm thinking about 2-hour calls starting at 9:43 p.m. or 9:46, and the thud was at 10 p.m. Any connections or thoughts? It's so difficult. I want to show you guys this really quick, Brandy, since because you kind of jogged my memory on it, and I saved it in here. But this is Nina. This is Nina talking about when Chris called her and told her about Sebastian. So listen to this time frame.
We can't help the fact that Christopher decided to move to Tennessee. He chose that for himself. I've never known of a person that lives in a whole different state and still dictates what you can and can't do to the other parent. He had a choice to live here. He was actually told to move here by the judge. But he lives in Tennessee. He tells me pretty much what I can and can't do still to this day by that court order. So, going back to the trial, was getting prepared. And I get the call. You get a call. And at this point in time, I'm not talking to Christopher. We don't, I want to make that loud and clear. We do not have a good co-parenting relationship. We don't talk on a regular basis. I refuse to talk to Christopher because everything has to be his way. I don't entertain any of his conversations. In the past, when I used to, and I thought that a relationship between him and we're learning how to co-parent and it's good, it backfired. It kicked me in my ass. Everything that I told, he used against me in court all the time. Every single thing. So I had to learn not to trust him. I've had to, I don't talk to him. So for him to say on some of his podcasts is that we have good, parenting skills, or we don't know how to talk to each other. I refuse to communicate with this man. So he calls me that Wednesday, and he's like, and I was like, oh great, he's calling. So I went straight to voicemail. And then he had said 911. call me. So then I was like, well, it must be emergency. So let me call him. I called him and I said, what's up, Chris? And he was like, you know, he's like, Nina, I gotta tell you something. And I was like, and in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, he's going to tell me that the trial, we're not going to go to trial, that everything is going to be done with, and we don't need to worry, and we can, you know, we don't need to do all this stuff. I mean, that's what I'm thinking. And then he tells me, I got to be open and honest with you. And then he pauses like for 6 or 7 seconds, and I'm like, well, I was like, what? What do you have to tell me? So then at that point in time, he tells me that Sebastian went missing. And I was speechless. I have to say, I was speechless. And then I went into saying, well, what happened? Like, how did he go missing? Like, what happened? And he said, well, he went missing between 12:30 and 6 a.m. And I'm like, it's thinking to myself, and then, you know, like, that's crazy. And I said, don't you have security cameras, Christopher? I said, you mean you have security cameras in your house? I mean, don't you? And he paused. He didn't say anything. So then I said, what happened to your dogs? They said, don't your dogs? They said, you have those Yorkies or... And I said, every time that I call Faith, they said they're barking. He didn't say nothing. So I said, I said, are you lying to me? I said, because, I mean, thinking in my head, like, are you just buying more time for this trial that's coming up? Like, you know, what other information are you going to find out that you're going to use against me, right?
Okay, guys, so really quick, I saw Hey Jude's comment a little bit too late. She said, don't forget that since Seth wasn't giving meds, there could have been extra meds, or there were extra meds, right? So thank you, Hey Jude, for that, because that is very true, right? That they wouldn't have to say that any of them fell, you know, oh, one fell in the trash on accident, or one fell down the sink, or whatever. So thank you. Yeah, that's, I mean, so Chris, I find there's a couple of little ironies that I find in here. One, that Chris is texting people 911, but he failed to call 911. Not trying to be an ass, I'm just saying. Then we also hear from Nina right here that Chris called her that Wednesday. So Sunday was the last day Sebastian was known to be around. Reported missing Monday, didn't call her on Tuesday, waited till Wednesday. And then he tells her that Sebastian went missing between 12:30 a.m. and 6 a.m. Isn't it kind of strange that all of a sudden SF is telling WSMV4 News that this 1217 person might be breaking the case? But a year ago, Chris is telling Nina that Sebastian went missing between 12 and 12:30 a.m. I mean, it's strange, right? It's just, again, kind of what Star was saying earlier, with some truths, right? To make it more believable, a good lie has some truths. A believable lie has some truths. You know, it's just very odd that his PI now is coming out and saying, oh, look over here. Look at this 1217. This is what we're trying to focus on. Look, we might have broke the case open. This might break the case. And the TVI is like, not quite. we know about this. We've known about it. You know, I just found it strange, and I kept that clip in there because I kind of wanted to show you guys it again, and just for people that weren't here, you know, and didn't see it before. But also, I just find that to be really odd, too. Hey, Forrest, good to see you. Forrest says, do you think it's a coincidence, pods, that the divorce, Sebastian missing, and the interview is going to be held off until the 26th, 3 times, right? I don't know, in my opinion. Yeah, it is very strange. I don't know if it would be coincidence or if it would be, I just don't know, because I feel like all of this was planned out, and so it makes me wonder if that was part of the plan. But yeah, Star, you know, a Star, I kind of feel like that's true crime. There's no coincidences, because a lot of times things are connected, you know, in true crime. Deanna says, okay, I have wanted to extend my well wishes to her for long. Oh, Deanna, that's so sweet. That is so sweet. Yeah, and you know, I think Nina's a very strong woman. I'm glad to hear that she's got a good person like Wayne. That's a good thing. The kids, it seems like they have a nice family. I really kind of got that vibe and felt like that from her. I really did. I felt like she um is happy. I feel like she's happy, and they do things as a family. They care about each other, you know, that sort of thing. And Deanna says the icing on the cake would be arrests made on the 26th as well. That's what I'm looking for, Deanna. Really, I mean, it needs to happen. They could, I'm sure there's some things they can get, but I know that they don't want it to be like a Don Wells kind of situation, because they did get Don on a DUI. I remember they got him on that, which obviously, you know, it's not like you can keep somebody in there long unless it's like you know, a bunch of offenses, right? But Scranton Strangler says, I hope CP gets locked up and doesn't have to deal, and she doesn't have to deal with CP anymore. I feel like that too. I really do. I think it would make things a lot easier, finding out the truth too, because she does hide behind Chris. I mean, even, you know, the clip that I saw from the newscast, it looks like he was talking. He was doing the talking, and it's like, you know, I wish they would have just said, Chris, do you mind if we just talk to your wife, because she was home and you weren't, you know? I mean, I would have tried for that. I don't know how it works when you're a news anchor, but, or you know, how it works when you get a story, how much, you know, personal leeway you get. You know, I'm sure, you know, people like Nancy and Vinny get a lot more concessions than other people, being the king and queen of true crime over there, but arguably, but it's just one of those things. I would much rather do an interview with just Katie, just him being, or just, you know, Chris, you can be here for moral support, you know, and wait in the waiting room right over there. I'm just kidding. I'm just saying, that's kind of how I feel. Miss Nunya says, I'm not sure why that narcissist has anything to say why he supposedly was not there. Exactly. He needs to be crystal clear and keep his mouth shut, in my opinion. Exactly. Well, and every single time he's like, I'm gonna help you out, and then, you know, you're expecting, like, at first when I first didn't know Chris, you know, he's like, okay, let me help you out here, and you know, and I'm like, okay, cool, he's gonna help. Okay, cool, he's gonna help us out, you know, great. And then, like, he doesn't at all, and then you're just sitting there like, you know, you kind of feel stupid then. You're like, thanks a lot for wasting my time, you know, and here I am listening to you. I got a pen, I'm writing down what you're saying, and you just totally let me down, buddy. No help at all. Not crystal clear in the slightest. And Crafty and True Crime says, Deanna Downey, I think We all want the same, to wish her well and send her positivity. I'm sorry for the confusion. Yeah. Oh, yeah, guys, I'm sorry if I missed something. Hey, Sandra. Doesn't have to deal with CP. Oh, I just mean, you know what, Scranton? Anybody. I'm sorry, I misread your comment. I mean, just anybody, like any woman ever. I don't think should have to deal with Chris. He can go live with the men at the jail and, you know, mess with those guys. See how it works out for him. See how picking on someone his own size works out for him. She looks like a hostage again, in my opinion. Sandra. I know, guys, I have such mixed emotions. You guys know how I feel. I'm like very mixed emotions on this, right? Vic, I hope you have a great prayer time. You know, BHB doesn't anymore that I heard, but originally it was scheduled for the 26th. Yeah, that's when it was. Yeah, that's when it was scheduled for Crafting and True Crime. That's true. Or that's what I heard too. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Chris. Thank you, Scranton, for clarifying. Thanks, Star. Deanna Downey says BHB hearing is early April, I believe. Oh, was it pushed? Maybe they pushed it. I didn't hear anything about it. God, I wish everybody would have gotten a dang police report. Every single little thing that butthole said. Oh, I would love to have, you know, because then this would never happen. It wouldn't have happened like that. Lori says, oh, I thought it was set for February 26th. I thought so too. That's when I didn't hear any different. Yeah, and Seth. Thanks, Star. I think BHB said her appeal. Oh, okay. Yeah, gosh, she needs to appeal. What an awful thing. Holy moly, I need to get some sleep. Hanging everyone. I know. I'm about to you know, head off of here too, guys. But I appreciate y'all being with me tonight. And I'm gonna, you know, do a day off tomorrow, which just kind of means I'm gonna be doing like some research and checking things out and doing something good for Monday night. Hey, BVRDSTR. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that one. Good to see you. Welcome in. Oh, somebody just beeped really loud outside. That was weird. It's like 3:30 in the morning. I'm not sure. Crafting. Don't drop the soap, Chris. Don't drop the soap. Oh my goodness. Charmaine de Fritas. Good to see you, Charmaine. That's such a pretty name. Hi from Portugal. Oh wow. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. That's amazing. Sebastian Strong. Thank you. Wow. I love that name. That's beautiful. And Vic says twice a day stars, Summer or Sebastian, Summer, Michael, Harmony, and all the rest of the babies are covered. Oh, Vic, thank you for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I still would love to talk about Summer. Harmony is another little one that I would love to talk about. Michael Monkey Vaughn, another one. So we do need to make some time over here, and maybe I could just do deep dives and we could discuss. And then of course we have Crystal, which is very, very, you know, her case is very, very important. Star, we can ship crates of Irish Spring. Forrest says, have you heard of Mike MX1 YouTube? You know, I have. I have. He really believes in the construction zone. Is that right? Like that there was dirt put over an area where they may have someone may have put Sebastian over there. I have, Forrest. I have. Yeah, it is, Star. It is. And Crafting and True Crime says, oh, how I wish that for him. Rub it down. Me too. Just, I mean, you know, at the very least for some of the things he said, you know, even if they're, let's just play devil's advocate and say they didn't do anything at all, you know, and, you know, Chris didn't do anything at all. The things that he said and done to him in the past, I think kind of, he deserves it. At least, like, make him serve a week at least or something with Bubba. Come on. And I'm not talking about Sebastian. I'm talking about Big Bubba down at the prison. Oh, Mountain Mama, I've not discussed anything on the Idaho 4 case. I have not. I know a fair amount about it. I know that those kids were just beautiful, wonderful kids who never deserved what happened to them. I know that there was roommates that did survive this. I saw the footage of the food truck. I know Koberger's DNA was on the knife sheath, kind of like on the button. And that's how they got him. I know quite a bit, but not as much as many other creators on here. But I wouldn't mind doing a deep dive on Idaho 4 if you'd like. Just kind of looking. That Koberger guy gives me the creeps bad. Like, that's the only thing that I know. And I know he's not like convicted or whatever yet, but he gives me the creeps like BTK. Like, if I just sit here and think about BTK for too long, like, it makes my stomach hurt, and I'm like, ooh, like, I just get, like, I want to throw up. Like, it's bad. Like, he is so creepy to me, that he was, like, able to be in the community and nobody knew, and then his poor daughter, Carrie, Rasmussen, I believe is her name. She's been on a lot of podcasts and things like that. I think she has her own podcast. But he is one that gives me the ultra super creeps, because he was all like talking about his crimes and like what he did to those people. Brian Kohlberger gives me the same vibes as that guy. And Crafting and True Crime says last Freedom check out the Texas girl, 19 years old, unalived mom and grandmom home with her when found. It's terrible. Okay, Texas 19. I also need to do Stephanie Dameron. You guys just reminded me again. I have it written down on my other page, but I didn't do it yesterday. 19. Texas. Mom and grandma. Aw. Vic says it's just Jesus and angels time. Every time you see 333, you pray, in my opinion. Okay, LOL. Aw. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with it at all. I think prayer is a good thing. I think that's the way to get stuff done when we can't. I mean, just anytime, is good. Say thank you. Say, say a prayer for somebody. Oh, I knew which one you was talking about, Mountain Mama. Rub-a-dub-dub, CP, don't bend over in the tub. Star, you stinker. The biggest bubba you can imagine. Oh my goodness. Oops, in my opinion. Hey, Brenda, good to see you from Washington State. Thank you for being here. The Texas girl was reported today, only saw one. Oh, okay. Oh, boy. Okay. I'm sure if I check out YouTube, I can find her. Do you know her name, Crafting and True Crime, by any chance? And Scranton says there's a lot that's come out on the Idaho 4 recently. Heard there was another DNA found. Really? I didn't hear that. Oh boy, another DNA. One thing that really bothered me about that case is like the fact of like the roommate situation. It's like, please always get your own keys and always lock up, guys. Like, even if you have to put a key somewhere for someone in case they, and there's only maybe a certain amount, even then it's sketchy, right? But like, don't leave your doors unlocked and just let people come and go in your house. We can't be doing that stuff anymore. I wish we could. I wish we lived in a world that we could trust like that, but we can't, that was one thing that really bothered me. But there was so many different people in and out of the house that's not hard to believe. Gosh, I would hate for that creeper guy. He is so creepy. And Forrest says, yes, I've talked to him. He thinks Sebastian fell and is under the pile of dirt. Oh, I see. See, I was thinking excuse me, I was thinking he thought he was put there, but he's saying he fell. Okay. So, some on the platform that I watched say it's CP allegedly. Okay. It's the guy that has Pacino as his avatar, right? Because that guy's trolled my channel, and then I was like, I called him out on Smiley's channel. I was like, "You troll my channel, Mike," and then and then he's like, "I've never talked to your channel," with like a little blushy face, and I was like, "Yes, you have, blushy face." So, I don't know. He hasn't trolled me since then, so I hope that worked. But it could be. It could be. I wouldn't put, just like tonight we played that call earlier where he was calling in and he didn't say who he was until much later in the call. So Lori thinks he's creepy too. Oh, did he really crafting in true crime? Oh my gosh. See, that makes me even more creeped out. Yikes. How do these people, oh gosh, I don't know. He just always gave me that weird vibe. I don't know why you would look up to just that guy. Yes, Idaho 4 got me involved in true crime. Oh, cool, Mountain Mama. That's cool. Okay. All right, Idaho 4 it is. I know. Well, and that's interesting with that new DNA twist. That is interesting. Fox News, Texas female found 18. Oh, Texas found. Fox. Yeah, see, and I thought they were going on Fox and Friends like this one, and I was mad when I found out it was no offense against the local news, but it seems like they have kind of differing opinions, and I would really have liked them to get like grilled. You know who else I was thinking would have done a good job? Like Dagan McDowell. You know what I mean? Like sick Dagan McDowell on them. See how they fare with her. Gabby Petito brought you to true crime. Okay, Brandy and Indy, that's awesome. Gabby Petito was the reason why I wanted to start a YouTube channel. So I completely get that. I completely get that. She was just getting so much flack, people saying she was the perpetrator, and I'm like, did you guys watch the video from Moab? Because I don't think so. I think she looked like she was blaming it on herself and just very classically abused, in my opinion. Didn't he study something like criminal justice? He sure did, Star. He sure did. Allegedly, that's what they said. Just means growth, but I want to get yelled at. Vic. Mom It Up says, most of the interviews he has said he talks beforehand. He explained that on a few, and I assumed they set the rules beforehand. Really sad. Yeah, that, and it's just hard to gauge with him too, because I thought he was going to start yelling at first when because I couldn't remember like listening to that one. I don't think I ever really did back then listen to that kind of phone conversation, and I was waiting for him to start going crazy and being like, who are you talking about, and da da da, but he didn't. So I was like, wow, that actually went well for Chris. I was surprised. Oh, Maddie Soto. See, Maddie Soto is one, we have talked about Maddie before here. It's just hard. That one is just, it gets me so mad. And then, her mom should have been charged. She should be, in the opposite women's facility, my opinion. Brandy and Indy, did you hear BHB and JLR voices in the documentary? Oh, on the new Gabby one, I'm assuming you guys are talking about. And Forrest says Justin is looking into who he is, because some are saying it's connected to Mike Damming. Oh, okay. Oh. But Mike Damming, isn't he more or less like Katie and Chris? Like he thinks they're guilty. In other words, I don't watch him a lot, but just curious. And Crafting and True Crime says, no, I can't remember. It's a Spanish last name. I will email you the link. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Aw, that's so sad. 18 years old. My gosh. Oh, I was watching Court TV the other day. Speaking of young girls and things like that. What was it? Laken Riley's law had been used for the first time, and they ended up sending someone who had hurt somebody in the past. They like deported them under her law, and it had never been used before, but finally they used her law that was written in honor of her. So I thought that was really neat. So I just want to share that really quick while it popped in my head. It's a 15-minute clip. I emailed it to you, but probably play it on because it's Detective Takes Breaks. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Crafting and True Crime. I'll check it out, and we might even play it on Monday. 90 strength, great number. Justin. Oh, here we go. Oh, he does the crime analysis. Okay, I think I know exactly who you're talking about, Forrest. I think I know exactly who you're talking about. Vic Dutero. I'm going to be home alone tomorrow, and my plan is to lay on the couch, eat snacks, and watch that documentary. That sounds like a good plan. I know. I try to take Sundays off. Oh, hey, Adam. Good to see you. Good to see you, Adam, Forever 21. Welcome back in. I saw Gabby Petito's ex-boyfriend on a short interview, and it was heart-wrenching. So many people tried to get her away from Brian Laundrie. Oh, I remember. Oh, I didn't see him. Oh, no. I never even knew who the ex-boyfriend was. I remember them talking to her friend that didn't have such great things to say about Mr. Laundrie. You know, when you looked at Brian Laundrie and Gabby Petito, in my opinion, and I understand the opposites attract, right? And then especially when you're young, you don't realize things, right? But he was very much a pessimist, and Gabby was very much an optimist. And I think that's where they clashed a lot. Brian Laundrie was very arrogant. He was very like just thought he was better than everybody else, in my opinion. And he also didn't he'd be like, oh, the human race. I'm like, well, you're part of the human race, dummy. But I did not like Brian Laundrie, and I remember saying out loud whenever like they couldn't find him anymore, I was like, oh, he's gonna unalive himself. I was like, there's no way that he will ever, like, he is such a little coward that he will never fess up or face what he's done. And I wonder that in several cases, if people might take that route, which I would never hope for that. But I just knew that he would do that. I knew he would never be held accountable because, Mama would, even though Mama would send him a file and a cake, he just wasn't ever cut out to have that kind of, situation. But he didn't mind doing that crime. Star says she reached out to her ex, probably looking for help, and he missed her call. Oh, I think he feels heartbroken. Oh no, Star, I didn't know that. Oh, that's so terrible. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's interesting, Vic. That's really interesting. did a 4-year study paranormal for over 50 years. Not no more. Just got $1,000 worth of equipment packed away now. Oh wow, that's interesting though. That is really interesting. Coercive controller. I believe that too. Yes, I do. I do believe that. Yeah, just like CP, crafting and true crime. I believe that. Yeah. Miss Nunya, that's funny. Star, I think you're right. He was so upset and emotional. He seemed like a good guy. That is so sad. Now, is that one on Netflix? Do you guys know if that's on Netflix or Hulu? I couldn't remember which one. Vic. Aw, Lori, thank you for the green hearts. Star says, Mountain Mama, I believe he would have figured out a way to get her to safety if he knew what was wrong. Oh, absolutely. I think everybody would have. You know, that's what was so sad, is that she really came from good parents that were caring. You know, both of her, I will say all 4 of her parents, right? You know, any of them would have been on a, you know, in their car, on a plane, would have sent money for her, would have done anything. The most horrible part is like when you're young and you think you know everything, and you're embarrassed, and then you don't want to tell your folks because you don't want them not to like him, because you're always hoping that he might be better and things might be better. That's the part of it. I just hate that for her. Netflix, thank you, Crafting and True Crime. I'm gonna need to. Thank you, Star. I gotta get that subscription going. I do that. I'll like only get subscriptions. Like there's this show called The Bear that I really love on Hulu. So like whenever The Bear's new season comes out, like I'll go and resubscribe to Hulu because they put the price up. That one I had for the longest time. But then if there's something good on Netflix, you know, like I used to like to watch Stranger Things, and so like when the new Stranger Things came out, I would go get Netflix again. So I'll definitely be watching Stranger Things when I get that Netflix fired back up. But holy cow, Star, you better not be playing with them cards with me, girl. I don't need no pregnancies over here. Come on now. All right. All right, you guys. Well, it was so good, you know, going over and kind of, you know, theorizing with y'all tonight. I know that we did a lot of that mainly because of the video, right? And Star and that was released. I might kind of do something with that other video. I'm not sure. We do have to plan something good for the 1 year, just maybe something uplifting rather than like, you know, I want to keep it positive. I know that Seth is very much wanting to keep the faith, you know, and so that's what I want to do, you know, that's important. And I think that's what, you know, Sebastian would want too. He seemed like a lot of us, like the glass is, you know, half full instead of half empty, kind of a person. And so, thank you, Crafting and True Crime. It's great speculating with you too. I love it, guys. And then also, like I said, you guys are so smart. You guys are like putting in facts and different things that you know, you Google it, you know, and then we put it in there, and you know, we kind of figure it out. So I think that's really great. I'm glad that you guys aren't like super chatting me like weird stuff like somebody might be related to this person, and I'm like, no, they're not. Or something, you know what I mean, just like weird speculations. I think all of the speculations we did tonight were pretty logical, you know, logical and kind of more fact-based. But I do want you guys to always consider this. I'm just gonna say it again, this is terrible, and because now I'm just pushing my narrative, right? He told Nina 12 to 12:30 a.m. and then in between that time and 6 a.m. And then now all of a sudden SF is coming out pushing that like 12:17 is the whole key to everything. So just putting it out there again. But Mountain Mama, I'm glad too. You guys are all an awesome part of the community. I'm just really glad to have you guys. I think we got like a lot of likes tonight. So I'll just show you guys who didn't see it earlier, but I'll show you kind of our Steel Magnolias Freebird party, we'll call it. With a little bit of Pennywise in there, a little bit of Pennywise, but here we go, guys. And then I'll sign off.
Weezer, there's someone I'd like you to meet.
That looks like an autopsy.
Laughter through tears is my favorite emotion. I'm so mad I don't know what to do. I want to know why. Lord, I wish I could understand. I just want to hit something. I want to hit it hard.
Here! Hit this! Go ahead, Merlin! Slapper! Are you crazy? Hit her!
Are you high, Clary?
We'll sell t-shirts saying I slapped Weezer Boudreaux! Hit her! Weezer, this is your chance to do something for your fellow man! Knock her lights out, Merlin!
Let go of me!
But y'all don't say that.
Merlin, you just missed a chance of a lifetime. Have a chickapin parish and give the eye teeth to take a whack at Weezer. You are a pig from hell. Weezer, I was just kidding. Come back. Oh.
Weezer, what brings you here? Shut up.
Not a bad Christian thing to do. Oh, and now you gotta lighten up.
If you can't say anything nice about anybody, come sit by me.
Looks like two pigs fighting under a blanket.
A girl is fair game until there's a ring on it. And I mean a wedding ring. An engagement ring just means she's ready for one more mistake. Okay, this is perfect. Watch this.
Sometimes I wish I was smooth like Zahid. Of all the people I know, he's the best at girls.
Thanks, Weezer. Nothing like a good piece of ass.
And that's how you do it. Now, I'm gonna go hide in the back because that guy said he's gonna kick my ass and he has a neck tattoo, so...
I am pleasant. Damn it! I just saw Drum eating in this morning at the Piggly Wiggly, and I smiled at the son of a bitch, for I could help myself.
Honey, time marches on, and eventually you realize it's marching across your face.
Okay, everybody, I hope you have a great Sunday, and I will try to get to all my emails tomorrow. I really appreciate you guys all sending emails, but tomorrow is going to be my catch-up day, and just kind of catching up on some other true crime stuff, too. I will definitely look into the new Idaho 4 stuff. All right, guys, everybody stay safe out there, and, say prayers for Sebastian, and you all take care. Thank you.